Hello everyone. Today, I'd like to welcome you all on behalf of Pune Vidyarthi Griha's College of Engineering and Technology and GK Patewani Institute of Management in this national level event on Introduction to Web Development organized by PVG COET and GKPIM, which is a virtual labs regional center in coordination with IIT Bombay. Today, we will dive into the concepts of web development, and by the end of this event, I am sure you'll be able to create a public profile, and in addition to that, you will also be able to design a website on your own. To begin with, I would first like to give a very short introduction about myself. So, I am Shreya Gore, currently working as the head of Vlabs Digitizers Forum. I have been a part of this students club since 2019. Being the head, I am also a mentor and student trainer at the Vlabs Forum. I have worked as a senior trainer in Bootathon Knockdown the Lockdown 1 and 2 organized by IIT Bombay. Apart from this, I have been the team leader for the development of Heat Transfer Lab and a developer of JavaScript and Strength of Materials Lab. Along with that, I have received various certifications for HTML, Basic and Advanced C++, Python, Arduino, etc. from IIT Bombay. Now, before moving ahead, I would request you all to please like, share and subscribe to our college and virtual labs YouTube channels. Let's move ahead. I would now like to introduce Honorable Shri Sunil Redekar Sir, Chairman of Pune Vidyarthi Griha's College of Engineering and Technology and GK Patewani Institute of Management. Sir joined Pune Vidyarthi Griha as a destitute student in 5th standard in 1977. He completed his school and college education from Pune Vidyarthi Griha. Sir joined PVG Maharashtra Mudran Shala Chhapkhana in 1986. He started working in Printing Engineering and Graphic Communication Department of PVG COET in 1989. Sir is working as a chairman of PVG and has shouldered the responsibility of Maharashtra Mudran Shala Chhapkhana, PVG Prakashan, Maharashtra Vastu Bhandar, and College of Engineering and Technology. Apart from these responsibilities, Sir is working as a member of Purchase Committee of Symbiosis Foundation and Symbiosis Open University. With this brief introduction, I request Honorable Shri Redekar Sir to say a few words.
Hello friends, my colleague director Professor Rajendra Paduskar, in-charge principal Dr. Manoj Tarambale, Honorable Shri Pushpadeep Mishra Sir, Project Manager, Virtual Labs, IIT Bombay, Coordinator Professor Manish Nagoshe, and my dear students. On behalf of Pune Vidyarthi Griha, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all on this auspicious occasion of a national level event on Introduction to Web Development organized by Pune Vidyarthi Griha's College of Engineering and Technology and GK Patewani Institute of Management in coordination with IIT Bombay. We extend our gratitude to you for showing interest to participate in this event in a large number. I am here to say introductory words about our parent institute, that is Pune Vidyarthi Griha. Pune Vidyarthi Griha, which was previously known as Anath Vidyarthi Griha, came into existence on 12th May 1909 with the aim of providing education to the poor, needy and destitute children. Pune Vidyarthi Griha has its head office located at Sadashipet, Pune. Pune Vidyarthi has 6 branches located at Pune, Panchavati Nashik, Talegaon Nashik, Masroor Nashik, Ghatkopar and Nerul Navi Mumbai. From where the work of motivation for uplifting the society through education and other activities is being done with utmost dedication. At Pune Sadashivpet, we have Ashramasti Graha for the student of 5th to 10th standard, as well as Maharashtra Vidyalaya, Marathi Medium School, Muktan English School, Sadashivpet branch, Maharashtra Institute of Printing Technology, Maharashtra Vastu Bhandar, Pune Vidyarthi Graha Publication, and Maharashtra Mudranshara Chapkhana. At the same time, there is a hostel for higher education student, that is Sadachar Vasti Graha. At Pune Sahakar Nagar, we have Muktangan Bhavanjan Kendra and Open Air Theatre. We have near about 67 units, includes schools, colleges and other production units. To name a few, Muktangan English School, Vidyanagari and Sadashivpet branch, Vidyabhavan pre-primary, primary and secondary, English and Marathi medium schools in Ghatkopar and Nerul Navi Mumbai. At Ghatkopar, we have Vidyabhavan College of Science. At Masroor Nashik, we have English medium school, College of Engineering and Technology, and Institute of Management. At the same time, there is a College of Education also. At Talegaon Engineering, we have Vidya Prashala English School and Junior College. At Panchavati Nashik, we have Ashram Vasati Graha and Marathi Medium School, that is Kakasaheb Deshmukh Vidyalaya. At Vidyanagari campus, we have Shatai Bhavan, which is the home for the elders, and College of Science. Even there is a College of Engineering and Technology and G.K. Patil Institute of Management in the same campus. The goal of our entire staff at PVG is aim at creating a rich learning environment which will help to mold the personality of the students. I wish you best of luck for the future. Thank you.
Hello guys and welcome to the web development course held by PVG's College of Engineering and Technology. My name is Ishan Nerkar and I will be giving you a brief idea about web development. First, let me introduce myself. I am a student of FE Computer at PVG's College of Engineering and Technology. I have also been a member of the Vlabs community for the past 4 months approximately. I am also a certified HTML developer from IIT Bombay, and I have also participated in 2 hackathons. So a hackathon is basically like a coding competition. So let us go over the objectives for today. Learning basics of HTML, CSS and JavaScript along with the use of Git for storing our work. introduction to web development, and installation of VS Code. But for now, let us begin with the most basic question that is bound to cross beginner's mind. What is web development? Just as the name suggests, web development is the work involved in developing a website, whatever the purpose might be. Web development can range from developing a simple static page of plain text to complex web applications. So professionally speaking, web development corresponds to the non-design aspect, which mainly includes the markup and coding part. So, for those of you who don't know what markup is, it is a symbol or a character that you insert at a certain place in a text file which represents how a file should look. Like for example, bold tag is also a markup which is used for making a particular text bold while writing the HTML code. Now, the main topic of web development can be further divided into two subtopics, which are the front-end development and back-end development. Let us understand these two topics in some more detail. Front-end development. A front-end developer is someone who works on that part of the website which user interacts with. Specifically, a front-end developer spends time on the side of technology that the user touches and sees. The front end is also commonly referred to as the client side, or more broadly speaking, the user interface. So, state in simple words, when you open a website, all the stuff you see like the nav bar, buttons, forms for registration, etc. all comes in the front end side. And the other part with the information that you enter in the registration form. Now this information should be stored somewhere, right? Otherwise, what is the point of filling this information? So the other part where this entered information is actually stored in the database comes in the backend part. So from the previous example, you might have got a brief idea what backend development might be. To put it formally, backend development refers to the server-side development. It mainly focuses on databases, scripting, and website architecture. It contains the behind-the-scene activities that occur when performing any action on a website. Now, for those of you who still feel like they have a slight confusion regarding front-end and back-end, I have included yet another example. Hope it helps you understand better. The most common example of back-end programming is when you are reading an article on the blog. The fonts, colors, designs, etc. constitute the front end of this page, while the content of the article is rendered from a server and fetched from a database. This is the back-end part of the application. So just like we said in the previous slides, what you see in front of you, like the fonts, colors, etc. is the front end part. Whatever what you don't see, which are the behind the scene activities, are the back end part. Like for example here, the article or the blog that you want to read is fetched from the database. This is what you don't see. It is the behind the scene activities. This here is a schematic diagram which displays the perfect tools of front end and back end. Here, the content displayed on the browser will constitute the front end, and the behind the scene work, which is the web server and database, will constitute the back end. This is a really helpful diagram. So if you guys want, you can take a screenshot. I'll wait for 5 seconds. This here is a comparison between front end and back end. The first parameter being skill sets. So on the front end side, the languages that a front end web developer should be familiar with are HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So over here, HTML is the language used for giving the main layout of the web page. CSS is used for giving styling to the web page in order to make it look more beautiful. And JavaScript is the brain of the web page, which means that JavaScript is used for making the web page interactive. On the back end side, the languages that a backend developer should be familiar with are any one of PHP, JavaScript, Python, etc. Now you might have heard some of these, especially you might have heard their frameworks. Like for example, Laravel is a framework of PHP, Node.js is a framework of JavaScript, and Django is a framework of Python. Coming down to the second parameter, which is task. On the front-end side, front-end developers design the look of the website by taking users' input and modifying it through testing, just like we mentioned in the previous slides. And on the back-end side, back-end developers develop an application that supports the front-end. It should also provide support, security, and content management. Now, the third and a very important point is standalone service. Front-end is not a standalone service, which means that front-end development service cannot be offered independently. But however, back-end is a standalone service, which means that back-end development can be offered as an independent service in the form of BAAs. So, just to put it in more professional terms, you won't be offered a job just because you're a front-end developer. You need to have back-end knowledge for that. But however, if you are a back-end developer, there's a very thick chance that you might be offered a job. Now, let us go over the programming tools required for web development. So for front-end web development, the programming tools required are HTML5, CSS3, and JavaScript. And for back-end development, the programming tools required are JavaScript, PHP, and Python. So here I have also mentioned the frameworks of the respective languages. Like for example, Node.js is a framework of JavaScript, Laravel is a framework of PHP, and Django is a framework of Python. So I hope that now you guys have got a brief idea about web development. But however, to get started with the process, the most basic resource we all need is the Visual Studio Code, where you can write the actual program and execute it for a website to run. So let us go over its installation quickly. Just open your regular browser and search for VS Code download. As you can see, I am doing it. If you want, you can do it simultaneously just so that you don't waste your time afterwards. Now you see this site. I'm hovering with my mouse. Just go locate this site on your web page and click on the download Visual Studio Code, Mac, Linux, Windows. Click on this part. So now after clicking on that part, you will see that a similar website should occur in front of you. Now here it is giving me three options. Just a minute. I accidentally clicked on the wrong one. Just a minute. Yeah, so just like I said, here it is giving me three options, which is the Windows, the Linux, and Mac. Now it depends on you, or more rather your device, which operating system it uses. Like for me, my device uses a Windows operating system. Now if you might have a Mac operating system, then you will prefer this one. So depending upon your device, just click on the appropriate button. So I will click on Windows over here because I have a Windows 10 on my device. Now as you can see in the bottom left corner, the download has started. Let me just pause it. I won't be downloading the entire VS Code setup over here because I have already installed it in my device, but you have to wait until the entire VS Code is downloaded on your device. After this is done, just locate the just locate the VS Code setup wherever it has gotten downloaded. Like for me, I am opening it. So when you open or when you click on the VS Code setup which has gotten downloaded just now, a similar license agreement should pop up in front of you. Just click on I accept the agreement. Now if you want, you can go over the terms and conditions that you have mentioned over here. It's completely up to you. So after you do that, just click on the I accept the agreement and click on next. Now over here it is showing you some of the additional features that the VS Code has to offer. It totally depends on you which you want to add, but however I personally would suggest every single one of them, because all of them are really helpful and they make your life really easy. So once you've selected your required options, just click on next. Yeah, so this is the final page where it is showing me ready to install. Just click on install and the installation should begin and be finished within a couple of minutes or seconds. Now I won't be clicking here on install because I have already installed it on my device, but you should click on install and wait until the installation is completed. So thank you guys for being such patient listeners. Thank you so much.
So now we are going to move towards a new topic called as Git. So my name is Swaraj Pawar and I am a second year computer engineering student at Pune Vidyarthi Graha College of Engineering and Technology. I am a mentor at Virtual Labs. I am a developer intern at ProShell. I am certified by Spoken Tutorial in Python, HTML5, C++. My skills include languages like C, C++, Python. In web technology, I have worked with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, TypeScript, MERN-Stack, Redux, Django, WordPress, Bootstrap, Git, etc.
So the objectives are basically, first of all, we are going to introduce ourselves to the version control system. Then we are going to understand some basics of Git, and then we are going to understand how we use GitLab. So the topics that we are going to cover are introduction to version control system, some basic Git commands, and then we are going to see how we practically implement Git along with GitLab. So first of all, what is a version control system? So as the definition suggests, version control is a system that records changes to a file or set of files over time so that you can recall specific versions later. Now what does this mean? For example, say you are a Adobe Photoshop designer. Okay, so you work with Adobe Photoshop, and so basically the people who work with Adobe Photoshop, they play around with colors, gradients, etc. So for example, you have an image and you give background color as blue. Okay, and then you feel that okay, let's try background as green. So what you do is, the previous file which was there with background as blue, you save it, and then in the new file you implement the background as green, and then you save it, and then you compare, okay, which one is looking nice, blue one or green one. Okay, and then you feel that okay, let's try red background. Okay, so what you do is, you save the file with blue as well as green, and then you implement the red background. And then once you implement the red background, then you compare, okay, which one is the best, red, blue or green, and then accordingly you choose them. So what you're basically doing is, whenever you are creating something or developing something, it's not that you're going to find the perfect match in one go. Of course you're going to experiment, right? And experiment also means that you're going to commit some mistakes. So here is where the version control system comes into picture. Okay, so it records changes to a file or set of files over time so that you can recall specific versions later. So it basically helps in development, wherein you don't know, if the previous code that you had pushed, you want that again, right? So here is where version control system comes into picture. So for example, if this user is working on developing some system and he wants to have all the versions, version 1, version 2, version 3, then is when this concept of version control system will come into help for him. So now we are going to move towards an extension of version control system, which is the distributed version control system. And through this we are also going to learn how Git and other remote servers like GitLab or GitHub work. So for example, you have two computers, okay, computer A, computer B, and they are working. If you see the file, both of them are working on the same file. Okay, and if you see, here is the connection that is made between computer A computer B, this connection, then server and computer B, this connection, and the server and computer A, this connection. So the server, computer A and computer B, all of these, they together form a network. Okay, and if you see the versions, they all can access the same version. Okay, so basically this server, it's not basically whichever visibility mode you give, it implements accordingly. So if you allow only the computer A and computer B to get access to this system, only these two will get. If you want that the version should be accessible to all, then you can accordingly make the changes. Okay, so this is where the distributed version control system comes into picture. So even if computer A is in one part of the world and computer B is in other part of the world, they both can contribute and make a very useful software without facing any issues with that. So that's the power of Git. Now we are going to understand how actually Git works. Okay, so this is a very basic flow chart of how Git works. Okay, so let's start with defining what these blocks are. Okay, so first is a working directory. Working directory means the folder in which you are working currently. Okay, now this thing, staging area. Okay, so staging area, so basically when you use these commands, okay, so these are the commands: git add, git commit, git push, git pull, git checkout. Okay, so particularly git add, what it does is it adds your code, the code that or the files that you have written in your folder. Okay, it adds, when you use this git add command, it pushes the code into a temporary area, staging area, a temporary area called as index. Okay, so that is the principle of git add. So it pushes the entire code into a temporary staging area called as index. Okay, and then when you use this command, okay, git commit, after using git add, when you use git commit command, the code which was there in the temporary staging area, it now gets pushed into a permanent area. Okay, so that is the significance of git add and git commit. Okay, and then once it is in the permanent index area, then you can, if you want to push this code into a server. Okay, so remote is basically, remote can be GitHub or GitLab or any other. So basically if you want to push the code from your computer, from your local computer to the server, then is when you use the git push command. Okay, and similarly if you want the code from server into your computer, then you use git pull command. Okay, so what is the flow? The flow is when in your folder, current folder in which you are working, you use git add command to push it into a temporary staging area, and then if you want to push them into a slightly permanent area, you use git commit, and then if you want to push that particular code into the server, then you use git push command. Now I know that sounds a bit confusing at the start, but just basic principles. Okay, add, commit and push. So add pushes to a temporary area, from temporary area into a permanent area, git commit comes into picture, and from that area to the server, git push comes into picture. So add, commit, push, these are the basic commands that we have to consider. Okay, so when we implement it practically, you will get a very clear picture of it. Okay, so now we'll move forward. Now what are git commands? Okay, so first of all, git init. Now what git init does is it initializes an empty git repository. Okay, now what does this mean? Git init, initialize an empty git repository. So basically what happens is, when you use this command git init in your command prompt or PowerShell or even git bash, it basically creates a new folder called as git, and that folder is basically hidden. Okay, so when I say that when you use git add, push, commit commands, so where is it pushed? in your computer, where is it pushed? It is pushed in this git folder, which we create using the git init command. Okay, so git init command creates a folder which contains all the information of the previous versions, the current version, and all the information of that particular folder about the git. Okay, so that is git init, to initialize an empty git repository. Now git add, as I mentioned, add command pushes into a temporary staging area. Okay, so this temporary staging area, for it to be pushed, we use git add command. So what it does is, it tells git, okay, to take a snapshot of the file and store it into a temporary staging area. So when we use this command git add and the file name upon which we want to perform the add operation, so this file name, say for example the file name is abc, so it will take a snapshot of this abc file and it will store it in a temporary staging area. Okay, so that is git add. Okay, now if I don't want to specifically just point to one file, if I want to add all the files into the staging area, then is when I use git add space dot. Okay, so when I use git add dot, what it does is it takes all the files which are present in that directory and it takes the snapshots and it stores them into a temporary staging area. That is git add. So git add file name to push the file, only that file, to the temporary staging area, and git add dot to push all the files to the temporary staging area. Okay, now next command, commit. So first one was add, second is commit. So what commit does is it permanently stores the file in the git repository. Okay, so the git init command creates the empty repository, add pushes it to a temporary staging area, and from this temporary staging area, if you want to permanently store the files, then is when you use git commit this command. Okay, so what is this -m message? So basically this is for our reference. Okay, so when we are working on large databases, we make many versions, we make many different versions, we make many tweaks, and it keeps on updating. So for us, like for example, if I make a commit, if I make an update in my database, in my file on 1st of January, and on 3rd of March, for example, that is after 3 months, I just want to get back to my code. Okay, and till then I have made many changes. Now how will I understand that what was the change I made on 1st of January? I will understand through this message. So when I'm making this command git commit -m message, what I'm basically doing is I am through this message I am telling myself that okay, these were the changes that were made. Okay, so before storing it in the permanent area, it's always necessary to give this message. So basically in future that will be of great help to you. Okay, then push command. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, this push command, it pushes all the information, okay, all the code from my computer to a server. Okay, remote basically is a server wherein all our files are stored, are kept. Okay, so if I want to push all these files in my local computer to my server, I use git push command. Okay, so that is basically git push. Okay, so git init to create an empty git repository, an empty git folder. Okay, this git folder is invisible, it is hidden. Okay, and this is basically stores all the commits that we make. Okay, it stores all the information related to git add to push that particular file to the temporary staging area, git add dot to store all the files to the temporary staging area, git commit -m message to permanently store the files in the git repository, and then git push command to push all the commits that we have made, okay, all the updates that we have made to the server, okay, to the remote repository, which is server. Okay, so now we'll see how to practically implement and how to practically use Git along with GitLab. Okay, so first of all, we need to download Git. Okay, so you can come here, okay, and you can download Git here according to your operating system, macOS, Windows, Linux, everything is there. So it automatically fetches according to what your operating system is, and then you can click on download. Okay, and then once you download the setup, you have to just click OK, and install. Okay, so just keep the default settings as they are. That's the first thing. So with this, we have now downloaded the Git. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, we have to create an account on GitLab. So remember, I told you that we store all the files in a remote server. So in this particular course, we are going to use GitLab for that purpose. And why GitLab? Because first of all, GitLab is open source, okay, and that's the prime reason we are using this. Okay, so you come to GitLab, okay, this particular site, okay, and you can just sign up, basic sign up, which is there, and you can register, and once you are registered, you can log in. Okay, so two works, one is download Git and second is sign up to GitLab. And once you sign up to GitLab, okay, first of all, if we have to check whether we have successfully downloaded Git or not, that's a simple process. What you have to do is, you have to come here and you have to right click, and if you see these two options, git GUI here and git bash here, which means Git has been successfully implemented. Okay, it has been successfully downloaded. So once that is done, now let's see how we can push the file from our local computer to the server. Okay, and all the things that we are going to teach in this course, we are also going to give you assignments, and all those assignments have to be pushed to GitLab. Okay, so whatever we are going to practically implement now, that is very, very important, because we are going to evaluate all your assignments through GitLab. Okay, so once you log in, okay, so this is how the screen is going to look like. So what you have to do is, you have to come here. Okay, you see this plus icon, click here. Okay, and then there's something called as new project. Okay, new project, and okay, so the screen comes, and then you have to click on create blank project. Okay, then just give a project name. I give it test, okay, because we are testing it, but make sure that you give a relevant name as per your respective assignment. And then okay, this is auto generated, okay, project slug, based upon whatever we write here. Okay, so don't need to worry about that. Project description, it's optional. Okay, so whatever assignments you are pushing, give a short description of what that assignment is. So I'll just give you right here, test project. Okay, now yeah, this one is very important, visibility level. Now there are two, private and public. So what private does is, it allows only you and the people whom you have granted access. Okay, so all the files that will be uploaded in this project, only you and the people whom you have allowed will be getting access to this code. Okay, and what does this second option, public, mean? Public means that anyone, okay, from any corner of the world can get access to the files in this project. Okay, so private means only you and the people whom you have granted access, they will be allowed, and in public means all of them will be allowed. Okay, so in this particular course, whatever assignments you are going to push, make sure that you have selected public. Okay, so that's the thing, you have to keep this tick. Okay, initialize repository with readme. So this will, so whenever this project is created, it will create a new file called as readme file for me. Okay, and so I'll keep this checked. Okay, so project name, if you have a description, by the way, it's optional. If you want to, you can give here. Make sure that visibility level is public. Okay, check this, and then create project, and then within few seconds our project will be created, and as you can see, project test was successfully created. Okay, so now what has happened is, in GitLab, okay, I have created a project called as test. Okay, now what my work is that whatever files I have in my computer, I want those files to come here. Okay, now there's a very cool feature called as upload file. Okay, so when you come here, you upload file, so you can just click here upload, and you can directly upload them. Okay, or you can drag and drop in this particular area, and then you can simply upload file. Okay, that is the easiest way of uploading files, but we are not going to do that, since we have prior knowledge of the git commands. So we are going to go with the coder mindset. Okay, how coders push files to GitLab. Okay, so if you see, what is my task now? My task is that I want to push this particular test project, okay, whatever files are there in my computer, to this particular test project. So let's do that. Okay, first of all, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to come and say, for example, in my F folder, okay, D folder, I create a new folder. Okay, I name it GitLab test. Okay, so in this GitLab test, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to get into GitLab test, I'm going to right click, and there's this command called option called as git bash here. So click here. Okay, git bash here. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to come here. Okay, and there's this option called as clone. Okay, so click here, and then clone with HTTPS. Okay, so I'm going to come here, and I'm going to copy the URL. Okay, so what I've done, clone, and then clone with HTTPS. I'm going to copy this URL. I'm going to come here. Okay, and the command that I'm going to run is git clone, and then I'm going to paste it. Okay, so whatever I copied through this clone option, I have pasted it here, and I have pressed enter. Okay, so cloning into test. So what does this command mean, git clone? Okay, so in English, clone means an exact replica, right? An exact copy of what this project is. So what it does is, this command does is git clone. It clones this particular repository into that particular folder. So now if I go to the previous folder, okay, GitLab test, okay, so I have the GitLab test here. If you see, previously the test folder was not there, but now it has come. And why? Because if you see, the folder here is test. So what this git clone command has done is, in my GitLab test folder, it has created this test folder. So this test folder, okay, this is comparable to a folder. This project is comparable to a folder. So this test folder is now present in this GitLab test. So it has created a copy into my local computer, right? It has cloned itself into my local computer, right? So what I'm going to do now is, now whatever changes I want to make, okay, whatever code I want to push to here, okay, that is my work. So I'm going to push all my files into this test folder, because this test folder is a clone. Okay, and okay, now you may say that, okay, I have this download option here, so I can simply download and extract files, and that's it. So why git clone? What is its significance? So the significance of git clone is that it downloads as well as it maintains a connection, okay, between this GitLab server and this folder in my local computer. So it downloads it, but along with download, it also maintains a connection between the server and this particular local repository. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to see, if you see, I am currently in my GitLab test folder, right? So now I want to get into the test folder, okay, because the test folder, which is the copy of the folder in the GitLab, I want my code to be in the test folder and not in the GitLab test. So what I'm going to do is cd means change directory, and then test. So with this command, what has happened is, now I'm not in the GitLab test folder. If you see, initially I was in the GitLab test folder, but after cd test, I have now come into test folder of GitLab test, which means that I am now basically in this folder, right? So you see the readme.md file. This is the same readme.md file which is present here. Okay, so it has cloned successfully. Now, say I want to, as I said, we want the code in our folder to be pushed here, okay, in GitLab. So what am I going to do? Okay, so let's create a new file. Okay, so abc.txt. okay, so what I've done is I've created a new file called as abc in the test folder. Okay, so I just come in abc.txt and I just write some dummy data. This is abc.txt file. Okay, I save it, I close it. Okay, now what my work is that I want to push this abc.txt file to this particular project hosted on GitLab. And how am I going to do that? So remember, I told when I was explaining git clone, what git clone does is it downloads a folder as well as it maintains a link, right, between this server and the place where this folder is, right? So we are going to make utilization of that. So let's start with the basic git commands. Okay, so let's push it to the temporary staging area. So what was the command? Git add space dot. So with this command git add dot, I have pushed the abc.txt file to the staging area. Now I want to permanently put it into the index position. So git commit -m, and I'll write some message here. Okay, added abc.txt. okay, so this message is very important. It should give a brief overview of what are the changes that you are making, and then I press enter. Okay, so if you see, the messages that git commit was successful. Okay, it had added abc.txt. Now if I come back to my presentation, okay, so now we are at this position. Okay, we have performed git add, we have performed git commit. Now what we want to do is we want to push the file to the server. So what are we going to use? Git push. So let's come here. Okay, so what we're going to use? Git push. Okay, after that origin, and then whatever is written here I have the main branch, right? So whatever branch is here, I'm going to push. So git push main, right, origin main, and I press enter and wait for a few seconds. Okay, now as you can see, it has asked me my git credentials. So what is this? Basically it is asking me to logging in. Okay, so whatever credentials you have when you created the GitLab account, you have to enter the same credentials. Okay, so my username is coder_s, so I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to write my GitLab password, and when I press enter, okay, so it will validate, and as you can see, there is something written here. Okay, so basically all the files have been pushed. Okay, so I come here, I refresh, and as you can see, abc.txt file has been successfully uploaded. Okay, and as you can see, this is abc.txt file has been successfully uploaded. Okay, now tomorrow what happens is I make some other changes as well. Okay, so in abc.txt file, I just come here and I write here modified abc.txt file. Okay, so I'm basically modifying the abc.txt. Okay, so basically I'm creating a new version, right? So now I want to push this modification into the GitLab. So how will I do that? Again the same thing. Okay, add, commit, and push. So git add space dot git commit, then some message that is updated abc.txt and then git push origin main and enter, and then give it few seconds and it will push all the updated changes. Okay, this time it won't ask me the credentials because I have already filled it, so it doesn't ask me every time and trouble me. And if I come here and if I refresh, okay, as you can see the commit message is here, updated abc.txt, and if I go here, you can see it has been modified, right? So that is all about a brief introduction to Git. Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Abhishek Gaware and I'll be introducing you to HTML, and you'll also be writing your first program with me. Before we begin, here's a little bit about me. I'm a FE electrical student at PVG COET Pune. I'm certified in programming languages like C, C++, and Python. I'm also a certified HTML developer from IIT Bombay, and currently I'm also a member of the Virtual Labs community. Let's understand today's objectives. The objectives are to understand what HTML is, to understand the basic syntax of an HTML document, to understand the basic elements in an HTML, to understand the use of comments, and to create our first web page. And the topics are Introduction to HTML, basic syntax of an HTML document, tags, comments, and to create our first web page. So let's understand what is HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. HTML is a standard markup language for creating web pages. It is used to create web pages with the help of markup tags. HTML describes the structure of a web page, and the markup tags will structure our content as per our requirement. HTML consists of series of elements, and these elements tell the browser how to display the content. HTML supports text, images, multimedia content, etc. It is platform independent, hence works on all operating systems. HTML files have an extension .html or .htm. HTML is not a case-sensitive language, so you don't have to worry about that. And HTML5 is the latest version of HTML. For better understanding, you can say that HTML is the skeleton of our web page. To work with HTML, we'll need a text editor or a WYSIWYG editor to write our HTML code, and we'll also need a web browser to display the formatted content. For the series, we'll be using HTML5, Visual Studio Code Editor, and a web browser. It may be Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, Microsoft Edge, or any other web browser you want. A tag in HTML. After that, we have the content, and after that, we have / tag name. Now, this / indicates that this is a closing tag. So, this is our opening tag, the content, and a closing tag. We have some examples here which we'll be using further. For example, HTML tag, the body tag, head tag, etc. Here we have a basic syntax of an HTML program. Now syntax may sound as a heavy word, but trust me, it's not. It's just the way we write a particular language, or you can say syntax is basically the set of rules within which a language is defined. Now let's check out our program. On the first line we have !doc type HTML. This tells the browser that this is an HTML5 document and helps it to display the content accordingly. This will always be the first line in an HTML program. In this program, this is an element, this is an element, also this is an element, even this is an element. Every line in this program is an element. And you can say that this is a program of nested elements. Now the elements described within these angle brackets are called as tags. HTML tags are like keywords which define how the web browser will format and display the content. HTML tags have three parts: opening tag, the content, and a closing tag. The syntax of a tag is just angle bracket, tag name, and the angle bracket close. Here we can see on the second line we have used the HTML tag and we have started it. This is an opening tag. We have opened the tag basically. And on the last line, we have slash HTML. Now, slash HTML means it is a closing tag of HTML. Slash and tag name means it's the closing tag of the particular tag. Now, whatever we write between these two HTML tags is the content of our web page. On the next line, we have used the head tag. Head tag contains all the meta information about our web page, which includes the title, the author of the page, the keywords, character encoding, etc. We can also link other documents inside our HTML page in the head section. In the next line, we have used the title tag to give a title to our web page. And after opening the title tag, we have just given it as title, page title. And after that, we have also closed the tag. Now, title is basically like what we see in the tab name of our browser. For example, here I have HTML intro Google Slides. Now, HTML intro is the file name and Google Slides is the website name. So this becomes our page title. After that, the next line, I've closed the head tag using slash head. And after that, I've initiated the body tag. The body tag acts as a container for all the visible content on our web page. In it, we have used two different tags, the H1 tag and the P tag. H1 tag is basically a heading tag in which we have given heading, my first heading, and just closed the H1 tag using slash H1. And on the next line, I've opened the paragraph tag. P stands for paragraph tag in HTML, and just wrote my first paragraph in it and closed the paragraph tag using slash P. After which we have closed the body tag and we have also closed the HTML tag. Here we have the basic definitions of the tags we have used so far. The doc type HTML tag. This declaration defines that this is a HTML5 document. The HTML element is the root element of an HTML page. The head element contains meta information about the HTML page. The title element specifies the title for an HTML page, which is shown in the browser's title bar or in the page tab. The body element defines the document's body and is a container for all the visible content, such as headings, paragraph, images, hyperlinks, tables, etc. Themes or different fonts, but this is how your window should look like. And if you have already opened some other file in your VS Code or already used it, you might be getting something different. So you can just press Ctrl Shift N or go to File and click on New Window. So you will get a similar window. I already have one, so I'll close this one and I'll just zoom in a bit for your understanding. So as you can see, we have a tab-like structure on the left-hand side here, and it says it has a title, getting started, and we have a few options on our page. That's a new file, open file, etc., etc. And as this is not a new installation of mine, I have some recent files visible here. So let's get acquainted with our editor. On the left hand side, you might see these 5 icons. So just hover over them to know what it is. The first one is Explorer, the second is Search, then Source Control, Run and Debug, and the last one is Extensions. And below that, on the bottom side, we have 2 more icons which say Accounts and Manage. Manage is basically settings. We don't need that right now, so I'll just leave that. So go over Explorer and just click on it, and you might see that a new side menu pops up, and click on it again and it goes back in. So we'll just open it again and we'll see that in open editor section we have getting started. That now this open editor section shows all the tabs or you say files opened in our editor. So right now we have getting started open, so we can see that in the open editor section. Now if I close it from here, if I close the getting started file from here, you can see that the open editors is now empty and the getting started file has disappeared. So in the open editors section, you can see no folder open. In this section, we have two options, open folder and clone repository. So as we are just starting out, I'll just click on open folder, go to my desktop from the quick access and just create a new folder from here. Now you can just do Control Shift N or the way I'm doing it on the screen. And we'll name the folder HTML and press enter and just select folder. Now our window will refresh and as you can see we get the getting started tab again. So we'll just close it. And under open editors you can see that we have HTML instead of no folder open, which means that we are in the HTML folder now. And if you hover your cursor in the Explorer section, you might see four options just in line with the HTML. That is our folder name. So let's see what those options are. The first one is new file, then new folder, then refresh, and then collapse. So right now we need a new file to write our code in. So we'll just click on new file and a blank space appears. We'll just write our file name in it. I'll just name it as index. So index is a name that you gave to the main file. So if consider if you are working with multiple files, you might want to know which your main file is. So most programmers, we just name our main file as index and then the extension of the file. So we previously saw that HTML files have the extension .htm or .html. So I'll just type here .html and after typing it you might see that there's a icon over here on the left hand side of our input box. So you guys might be getting a different icon. Most of you must be getting two angle brackets or you might be getting no icon as we have not saved this yet. So after clicking enter, uh, this index.html file is created and here you might be getting some different icon, but don't worry about that. I just have an extension installed. So I'm getting this 5, you might be getting two angle brackets and that is totally okay. So previously we had getting started here. Now we have index.html as this is the file open in the editor. And also in the open editor section, you might see we have index.html. Now if you close it from here, we have nothing and just double click on index.html again and we have the file opened again. And our pointer is already on the first line. So I hope you guys remember what our first line should be, which is angle brackets, exclamation mark, doc type, HTML. Now this tells the browser that our document is an HTML5 document. So after this, we'll just press enter and we'll open the HTML tag with angle bracket HTML and just close it. Now after I close the HTML tag, I'm automatically getting the end tag for HTML, which is /HTML. Now some of you might not be getting this, so you can just type it out angle bracket /HTML and close the brackets. Now have this habit of starting and ending the tags as you type and just type in between those two tags as I did now. I just pressed enter and now I have a line between those two tags and I'll just type whatever I want between them. So this habit helps you, like if you're working with 1,000 line code, like you're not gonna remember each and every tag to close it after you have written your whole code. So this is just an efficient way. So I have a new line between the HTML tags. So I'll just add one more tag, which is our head tag, which contains the meta information about our page, that is the title, author, character encoding and all. So again, I already get the closing tag. So I'll just press enter to get a new line. Now I'm in the head section. Let's just give a title to our web page, angle brackets, title, and close it. Now let's say our title is HTML basic. So I've given the title and just move our cursor to a new line, not a new line, to the next line, which is after the head tag, the closing head tag, and just press enter to get a new line after that. So now we are out of the head section, and now we can just initiate our body tag. So body tag, we after typing body tag, I just pressed enter to get a new line, and now we are in the body section. Now this body section, we know that it contains all the visible information that is to be displayed on our web page. So I'll just add one more line just so it looks neat. Now I'll add our h1 tag. H1 tag, as we saw, is the heading tag, and I'm automatically getting the closing tag for it as well. So I'll just give it the heading happy minds. Happy minds. So yeah, this is ready and this is ready to go. As you can see, we have all the essentials for a web page, for a basic web page at least. So we have the doc type HTML declaration that will tell the browser that it is a HTML5 document. We have started our HTML content from like the HTML tags. So we have our all the contents for our web page in between the two HTML tags, which is the opening tag and the closing tag. After which we have the head section, which is the meta information. So we have given it a title as HTML basic. After which we closed the head section, also closed the title, and opened our body tag. And in the body tag, we gave a heading using the h1 tag as happy minds. I'll just add an exclamation here. So you know, might be wondering, how do we see this in a browser, or how do we see our output, or where do we see our output? So we already know that our web pages can be viewed in a browser, so we know that. And how do we see it? So we enter links in the search bar of a browser. So here we don't have a link as we are locally hosting this file. So our link will directly be the location or the file path of this web page. So to get the file paths or the location, just go over this index.html tab name, just right click on it and you'll get the option copy path. Just click on it and the path has been copied to your clipboard. So, and you can do the same from here, from the Explorer section, from the HTML section as well, or the Open Editor section. Just copy path. Now, before that, we need to save what we have wrote. So we'll just go to File and click on Save, or you can just directly do Control S. Now, as we type more and more lines of code, you don't want to save every time you make a change. So just go to File again, and below Save As and Save All, you can see the option of Auto Save. Just enable it by clicking on it once. Now, if you go back to File, you can see that my Auto Save option has a tick. That means it has been enabled now. Now whatever changes I make over here, I don't have to manually save it every time. So yeah, we have the path copied to our clipboard. Now we can switch to our browser. Now I'm in my browser, that is Google Chrome. You can do it in any browser. Just go to your browser. In the search bar here, just Control V or paste, right click and paste, and you can also do this the option below paste, that is paste and go, which will directly go to the site or whatever address you have copied in your clipboard. So just press enter and you can see we have a heading happy minds, which is bold and large in size. Yeah, this is how you can see your output in the browser. There's another way of doing it, so we can just go to desktop You can see that here I have my HTML folder. So we'll just go to it, and here in the HTML folder you can see that I have the index.html file over here. Now we can, and I have the Chrome logo. Now this is an HTML file and it is directly opened in the browser. So my default browser is Google Chrome. So I have the Google Chrome logo over here. If you have Microsoft Edge or Mozilla Firefox as your default browser or any other browser, you'll get the logo of that browser over here. So just double click on our file and you can see now I have two tabs of the same file, and thus both tabs have display the similar results. That is, they are both the same file, so obviously they will show similar outputs. Now I'll just close the other tab and let's get back to our VS Code and add something more to our browser, and let's add something more to our web page. Now let's add a paragraph tag, angle brackets P and angle brackets close. So in paragraph type, I'll just type how are you feeling today and a question mark. So now I don't have to manually save anything as I've already enabled the option of auto save as you can see here. So I can just uh, copy path. Now you don't have to do copy path every time, but as you'll be working on and on, you might be copying something from here to here. It's just like better to do it. Sometimes it might be not on your clipboard, so I just copied it and just switch to the browser again. And let's add a new tab and paste the link or the our address over here and just press enter. Now you can see I have a heading Happy Minds, and below that I have How are you feeling today in small letters. I'll just zoom in for you so you can see that I have Happy Minds and as a heading which is very strong and bold and in the large size, and How are you feeling today in a small size. Now as we used heading tag, here you can see as we used heading tag for Happy Minds, it shows as a heading that it is bold and it is big, which looks like a heading. And as we use paragraph tag for how are you feeling today, so it is just displayed as a normal paragraph. Now this is a zoomed in view, so if I just go back to 100% zoom, now you can see that a heading it looks like a heading, that is our happy minds, and what we wrote in paragraph, that is how are you feeling today, just looks like a normal sentence. Just zoom back in, and yeah, and this is, I have not refreshed this previous load. It is our previous save. Now if I refresh it, you can see the changes are visible. That is, we added the paragraph tag, and yeah, now it's visible. We just have to refresh it and it will be visible. That's why I opened the second tab to show you that there were changes and we have to just refresh it to see the changes. Even after refreshing, if you're not getting expected output, you might want to check your code again. Now, while we are still in the browser, I want to show you something else. You can just right click anywhere and just go to inspect, or just press Ctrl Shift I. Just click on inspect, and after you click on inspect, you'll see that a side menu opens, and here in elements you can see our HTML code is visible here. Now I can just click on this arrow and I can see the whole code, or I can just click on it again and collapse it. Now this is our whole code. You can check it again. See, doc type HTML head, title, body, h1, p1, body closed. See, this is the same HTML code, and as I move my cursor over the code, it highlights each part of the code that is my cursor on. So Right now I'm on the paragraph tag and it highlights the paragraph in blue, and H1 tag on highlights happy minds in blue. And if I'm on HTML tag, it highlights the whole HTML content of the page. That is the whole content of the page in blue, and it also displays the size which the content is being displayed in. And if you want to like just play around with your code, and if you're not sure what you wanna change in your code or how it will look in a browser, you can just click over here. Right now, as you can see, the Happy Minds is highlighted. That means I'm on the H1 tag. I just double click here and just type anything and just press enter. Now you can see after Happy Minds, I've just typed some random letters, and you can see the random letters are visible here. Now this is just a temporary change to see what the output looks like on a browser without actually making any changes in the original file. So if we go back to our original file in the VS Code, you can see that there are no changes over here. We just have Happy Minds as our heading and nothing expect that. So yeah, and in our browser we have done these changes, and if we just refresh the browser, yeah, see, we have no changes over here again, as those were just temporary changes. You can play around with it here, and I'll just close this console. Okay, now let's go back to our VS Code, and now we'll just see this. See, this is the basic structure of an HTML program. Now just understand it and get to know it a little better. Just play around it with until you understand it, and do the inspect element thing also, where you can change the content of your page, like temporary changes without actually making any changes here in the original file. Now let's add one more paragraph tag like this. Okay, let's add a heading tag h1 again and just say thank you. And as we have our auto save feature on, we don't have to manually save it again. So let's go back to our browser, and I'll close this and just reload this page, and you can see we have a thank you message displayed on the screen. So yeah, whatever you do here, if you have done it right, you will obviously see the output on this web page. Yeah. Now that you know the basic syntax of an HTML document, now let's learn something more. And now, as you'll be using this HTML format for like almost every file you have, there should be easier way to type this, right? So you, when you save a file with the extension .html, VS Code is smart enough, so they have just done something for us. You can just type here exclamation mark and then just press tab. So you can see the basic syntax what we wrote, and some three extra lines have just appeared on the screen out of nowhere. I just type exclamation mark and then just press tab. You can also try it. Just make sure that you have saved your file with the extension .html, and just it will work. So on the first line we have doc type HTML. We already know what that does. On the second line we have something else with HTML here. We have lang is equal to en. So this declares the language for our web page. Here it is English. En stands for English. So let's move to the head section. As you can see, there are three new lines here in the head section now, which are meta tags. All three are meta tags. So let's learn what they are. So meta tags define metadata about an HTML document. That is, yeah, we saw what can be done in the head section. So yeah. So meta tags always go inside the head section and are typically used to specify character set, page description, keywords, author of the document, and viewport settings. Metadata is used by browsers, search engines, and other web services. So yeah, that's what meta tags do. Here, char set is like character encoding, which is UTF-8, and which is a form of character encoding. And yeah. So let's not get into that. We don't need to know everything about it. Next we have title, and by default this time we have the title as document. Let's change it back to HTML, and let's add our headings back, which is H1. What happy month. Now it doesn't matter if I type happy minds on this line or this line or even this line, because HTML automatically eliminates these extra spaces in between. So whatever you type here will be displayed like properly on the web page. So we had one more tag, that is paragraph tag. Let's add tag. How are you feeling? Hey. Yeah, this is what we had in the beginning. So here we are, and now I'd like to introduce you to comments. Now let's see what comments are. Comments are text notes added to a program to provide explanatory information about the source. They are used in programming language to document the program and to remind programmers what trigger things they just did with the code, and also helps the later generation for understanding and maintenance of the code. Here we can see the syntax of the comments, which is angle brackets, the same as we start a tag, angle bracket, exclamation mark, hyphen, hyphen, your comment between here, and hyphen, hyphen, angle brackets close. Notice that there is an exclamation mark at the beginning of the comment and not in the end. Just remember that. And whatever you type between these two hyphens will be your comment. Here is an example of comment. This is angle bracket, exclamation, hyphen, hyphen. This is my first program. Hyphen, hyphen, angle bracket, close. So let's try it out. So let's add a comment here. So if someone is watching this, let's add, this is a heading. And let's add one more here. This is a paragraph. Angle bracket, exclamation mark, hyphen, hyphen. This is a paragraph. So as you can see, we have added two comments. Now you can also press enter here, move it to next line, and it will make no difference at all. So yeah, we have added two comments. One before the heading tag, which tells us that this is a heading, and one before the paragraph tag, which tells us that this is a paragraph. So let's check if something changed in our browser window. Now I don't need to save it manually as I have enabled the autosave feature. So let's just directly move to the browser. Let's just copy path, go to the browser, go here, paste, and just, yeah. As you can see, there is no change in our output. We had happy minds here, and how are you feeling today here. It's the same, and if I reset it back to the 100% zoom, yeah, it's still the same. I'll zoom in, zoom back in. So, yeah. And even if you do inspect element here we can see the comments, but it is not visible in the browser. So yeah, that's what comments do. If someone randomly is reading this code, so he'll know that this is a comment after this, that H1 happy minds, this is a heading, this is a paragraph, how you're feeling today, or whatever you write in there. He'll know that this is a paragraph or whatever you decide to tell that person. So let's get back to us. So you might be thinking, what's the use of it? Now, suppose you're working on a project, and like mostly you won't be working alone on big projects. So you must be working with at least 3 to 4 people. And suppose if you want to explain your code to someone, if it's a big project, it will have like a thousands of lines of code. So you can't explain them each and every line. So comments come in handy, that you just add a comment to explain that why you use this particular tag or this particular setting over here. So then the person who is reading, or it is easier for them to understand your code, and it's just better to add comments. So you also remember that why you use something over here. So let's quickly summarize what all we learned up till now. So we saw what is HTML, we saw tags in HTML, we saw the basic syntax of an HTML document, then we learned about what all the tags do. Then we went from adding a folder in VS Code to creating an HTML file to typing our first code. We saw our web page on a web browser. Then we saw the use of comments, and in all we wrote our first program and created your first web page. Now next we'll learn more about tags. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Atharo Fadtare and the topic for today's session is headings. So let me start by introducing myself. My name is Atharo Fadtare. I'm currently in first year ENTC from PVG CUIT. I'm a part of Vlabs audit course and I'm also certified in HTML by IIT Bombay. So the objectives for today's session is to understand headings in HTML, to use bold tag, italic tag, to style your text in bold or italic, and to be able to underline important part of the text. Topics will be covered are heading tags from H1 to H6, bold tag, italic tag, and the underline tag. So let's head to our code. So this is a basic HTML code. So heading tag ranging from H1 to H6 are used to define HTML heading. H1 is the most important heading, while H6 is used to define the least important heading. The syntax for the following are, so this is the syntax to write H1 heading. Let's write something. Let's save this and open it in a browser. As you can see, the following text is displayed as a heading and is written between H1 tag, which is the heading 1 tag. So let's write the H2 tag. Let's save this. Let's open it. As you can see, the following is the H2 tag, which is a bit smaller than the H1 tag, as H1 is the most important heading, so it's the biggest heading. Let's write the H3 tag, that is the heading 3 tag. Let's save this. As you can see, H3 is now smaller than H2. Let's write till H6. Let's save this. As you can see, this is H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. H6 is the least important heading, so it's very small, while H1 is very big. Now, let's write something in italic. To write something in italic, use the italic tag. The syntax for the following is as follows. Let's write something between the tag. Let's save this and open it in a browser. As you can see, the following text is displayed in italic. Now, let's write something in bold. The syntax to write something in bold is as follows. Following is the syntax to write something in bold. Let's write something between the tag. Let's save this. Let's open it. As you can see, the following text is displayed in bold. Now, to hop onto a new line, use the tag br. As you can see, after using the tag br, the bold text is displayed on a new line. Now, to underline something, use the underline tag. The syntax for the following is as follows. Let's save this. As you can see, this part of the text is underlined as it's written between the underlined tag. You can also write in variations. Like you can write the text in italic and also underline the text. To do so, first write the italic tag, the starting and the end part, and in between write the underline tag. You can also do vice versa. Let's save this. As you can see, the following part of the text is in italic and is also underlined. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Aksha Deshpande from Pune Vidyarthi Grihas College of Engineering and Technology. Today we are going to learn some basic tags in HTML. About me, I am a student of FEENTC at PVG's College of Engineering and Technology. I am a junior member at Virtual Labs. I have been certified by IIT Bombay for the completion of HTML training. Here is the certificate. Let's talk about the objectives. To understand the function of the tags and see how they work, to create a web page using these tags. The 5 tags are header tag, anchor tag, line break element, horizontal line element, and the section tag. Moving on further to the header tag is used to define a heading for a document or a section. There can be several header elements in a document. The next is anchor tag. The anchor tag with its href attribute creates hyperlink to web pages, files, etc. Basically, the content within each anchor tag should indicate link's path. The third is BR tag. The BR tag is used as a line break element. It breaks to paragraphs, headings, etc. The fourth is HR tag. The HR tag represents a horizontal line between two paragraphs, headings, lines, etc. And the last is the section tag. The section tag defines a section in the document, but the section tag always requires a heading. So now we will code to see how these tags work for a better understanding. I'll open the VS Code here. I have created here tags.html. Now we will start. So here the title will be tags. So the first tag that we had seen was header tag. I'll write the heading using h1 tag as welcome to coding. I will save it and refresh, so you can see the heading has been displayed. Moving on to the anchor tag with its href attribute. As I had told, you have to paste the links path here. So here I will paste the path for Flipkart. I'll write here welcome to Flipkart. I will save it and I will refresh the page. You can see the link has been displayed. So when I click on this link, I will be able to go on the official website of Flipkart. Moving on to the next, that is VR tag. I'll create here a paragraph element which you will be learning in the further sessions. I'll write here as this is a sentence. I'll write here another paragraph tag and I'll write this is a line. I will save it. I haven't used the BR tag yet, so when I use it, you'll be able to point the difference. I'll reload it. You can see both the sentences have been displayed. So when I use the BR tag and save it, you can see the line break element has been inserted. Moving on to the next, that is HR tag. I'll create here a heading as tags. I'll create here another heading as page. I will save it and I'll reload this page. I haven't used the HR tag, so when I use it, you'll be able to point the difference. Both the headings have been displayed. So when I use the HR tag, what is the difference? So I'll reload it. You can see the horizontal line element has been displayed. Now moving on to the next, that is section tag. As I had told, the section tag always requires a heading. So I'll write here, this is a section. And I will create here another paragraph tag. And I'll write here as this is a page. I will save it and reload this page. You can see a section has been displayed. So with the help of these tags, you can make your web page look attractive, and I hope you got to know how these tags work and what their functions are, and I hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Yash Khare. I am a student of ENTC branch at PVG College of Engineering. I am a member of the Vlabs committee for the last 5 months. I have also been certified as HTML developer from IIT Bombay. So today we will be learning about some basic HTML tags like the paragraph tag, image tag, div tag, span and video tag. So let's begin. So this is the basic layout of the HTML file. Here I have created an HTML file called main.html. So let's begin with the paragraph tag. So this is the paragraph tag. What this does is it adds some paragraph to your HTML file. So let's check the output. I have opened the file here in my browser. So this is the output, paragraph tag. Now let's another line. So as you can see here, there is space in between these two. So what the paragraph tag does is it adds a space before and after the paragraph tag. So there is no need to use the BR here to break the tag or add a line. See, adding BR adds another blank line. So now we will proceed with the image tag. This is how you add text in the HTML page. Now for the image, we use the IMG. See, here it is self-closing tag. There is no need to add this at the end. So for the image to be visible, we will have to add a source, the path of the image that we want to display. So here we will add an attribute, that is src, to the image tag. Here we will specify the path of the image that we want to add. So images / smiley. So what I have done is made a folder called images where my HTML file is stored. In that folder, I have added the image that I want to see or that I want to add. See this. So now the path that we want to add here, it should be after it's the folder that is in which the HTML file is placed. So we will not add this full path that d slash introduction to web. We will add images slash the file name. Let's check out. So this is our output. This is how you add images to a tag HTML page. So now what if the image file here is missing? Just a second. We will move this file to another location. So the image won't be visible. It will display a broken image file here. So, but we want that. So what we will do is we will add alt equal to, and then semicolon. We will add the text that we want to display if the image is not available at that location or for some any other reason the image is not there. So we will add here smiley and refresh. So it will display this text here instead of that broken part. So we will just move it back to the original location and see it's visible again. So the alt here won't be visible if the image is present. It will be visible if the image is absent. So now let's proceed with the div tag. So div here is like a container. What it does is basically it can house other image tags or other paragraph or whatever tags we want. So it makes us easier for formatting our page, which we'll be learning later on. So here let's just add a paragraph. Let's see text in of div tag. So here the text is visible, but we won't see here any difference in as compared to this that we had normal. So let me just show you the difference because we'll learn this later on. What else we'll do is basically add a border around our div tag. So you see this is the div tag, whereas there is none here. So you see the size here. So what if I add this image to this div? I have added the image inside the div tag. So as you can see, the image is visible inside the div and the div has automatically expanded its size. See the div has expanded its size when I add the image here. So the div automatically expands according to the elements in it. I will just do this so that it will be easier to visible. So now what if I want to add videos and videos? So for that we'll use the video. So just to know, here in the image it is a self-closing, but for the video we have to close it manually. See the difference. So the video won't be visible now because we haven't added a path or source to it. So I have already inserted a video here. So inside the video I will add src source equal to and specify the path image / mountain mp4. So let's check it. As you see, this is a video, but it is actually too big, so let us shrink it a little bit. We will learn this later on. Yeah. So, but the video is not playing. Why is that? Because we haven't given instructions to play the video. So we will add here another attribute, that is autoplay, AUTOPLA, autoplay. What this will do is play the video when you refresh the page. But now what if I want to pause the video? So for that I will add controls here. See the control. So what this will do is basically give us a play and pause button, volume button, and the full screen button to go with the video. See the full screen. Here the volume button is not visible as the video has no audio. Let me just comment out a bit. Yeah. So similar to this, there is also a tag called audio tag. Here audio. Now you have to specify the source here. I don't actually have an audio file here. I will just add a hash here. But as you see, the audio file, at least the player isn't visible. Why is that? Because we haven't added the controls here. The controls are must here. See? This is the control. It is actually not showing the length of the total path or total audio file, as we haven't added a source here. So let us just add a PR here. That is going to be better. So this is how the paragraph, audio and video tags work. Thank you.
I hope you are enjoying our HTML courses. I am Rajyasree Thakre and I am a mentor at Vlabs Digitizers. The topic that we are going to discuss is input tags. First, let me introduce myself. I am a first year IT branch student in Pune Vidyarthi Griha. I am also a trainer and mentor at Vlabs PVG CUVT. I have been certified in HTML and CSS course from IIT Bombay, and I am currently set to learn C, C++, JavaScript, TypeScript and Python. Now let's get into it. Input tags. According to the definition, it specifies an input field where the user can enter data. To make it simple, it takes data from the user as an input. Input element can be displayed in several ways depending on the type attributes. In total, there are 22 type attributes, and I am going to install 11 of them, namely the image attribute, text, hidden, password, number, radio, datetime local, file, email, tell, and range. Here is a mini project that I have prepared to give you a visual aid of how the tags that we are going to learn can be used to make a form or a project. Let's try it. Let's first start with image tag and see how we can insert image. The basic structure for input tags is as follows. First input, and then we have to specify the type attribute. Now for image, the type is image. Then we have to provide it with a source, or that is abbreviated to SRC. Now this is basically the path of the image that is to be displayed on the page. So let's say I have to display this image, and then we can provide it with the alternative message that it will display if for some reason the image cannot be viewed at that instant. So let's say alt, that is abbreviation. Let's say it is a pub image. Now we are free to give it any dimensions. So let's give it a width, say 150, and also a height. Let's keep it as 150. Now let's check for our output. Okay, we have got the output now. Now next on the list is text. Basically, text gives us a text box where we can type anything that we want. Now the most common example for text is the search bar. Now let's just inspect this page and find out. Yeah, here it clearly says it is an input. Now when we type anything in it, it gets the functions from JavaScript that has been provided to them, and then does a job. Now let's try it for our project. Now the fun fact about input tags is, if we don't specify any type here, it will by default take it as text. Now let's just say I've just typed input here. Now let's see what's the output. Yeah, we have got a text box here and we can type anything. Now let's just give this pup a name actually here. Let's give it a label for the name. Let's say pup name. Okay, let's specify the type here too. And now let's give it an ID. Same name. Now IDs are important because they are used during the addressing of a particular HTML element. Let's check for our output now. Okay, we have got the right output. Now let's see what's next. Okay, next is the hidden tag. Hidden tag basically includes the data that cannot be seen or modified by the user. For clarity, think of it as an ID that a coder gives to the user data. Let's try it for ourselves. Let's give it a label. Let's say for the hidden content sorted. Let's say enter a name or a username. Now let's give it an input tag, type as text. Let's give it an ID as CID. Let us specify name. Name here are used during the submission of the forms, so it's important to give it here. Now let's give input, type as text, and give it an ID, CID, and then let's give it a name, say user ID, and let's say username. Now we can assign it any value. Let's say 1, 2, 3 for instance. Now let's check the output. Okay. What's the matter here? Oops. It should be hidden. Yeah. Now basically we still have the value there, but it's hidden from the user, and it will be submitted along with the submission of this whole data that the user have submitted. Now let's go on to the next, that is the password tag. Now you have many accounts, and you have to keep a password for each one. So this is basically the tag that just allows us to add a password, and it can be viewed and hidden too. Let's try it. Let's give it a label first as say password. Now for the input tag, the type is password. Let's give it an ID, password, and name. Now let's check for our output. So we can just type a password here. Right. Now let's go for the next one. It is the age. For age I have used the number tag. So here basically you can see I have specified the min and max. Now you can even try it. If we just click on these numbers, it will give you the numbers that are in the range. In case you go beyond the range with the numbers, it will give you an error while submission. Now let's just try it out. Let's say label for num. Let's give it a range. Let's say 2 to 10. Let's give it the input tag. Type will be number. ID is num. Now we can also provide it with minimum and maximum value. Here the min is 2 and the max we have kept it as 10. Let's see. Yeah. So it starts from 2 itself, and then when it reaches 10, that's it. It doesn't increase anymore. Cool. Now let's see the next. Now next tag is radio tag. You must have seen this format many a times. It's just like MCQ. You can just select one of them and that's it. That will be submitted as your user data while submission. And these dots here are called as radio buttons. Let's just try it out. Let's take an example of MCQs here. So label for say MCQ. Now we have to give them labels. Let's first give them input. And the type is radio. Now for the IDs, let's give it as option 1. And the name is MCQ 1. Now it needs a label. It's for option 1. Now let's just specify the option. Let's keep it as option 1 itself. Let's just copy it. This is second, third, say option second. This is the third. This is the second. Now the reason I have given the name here as MCQ1 because now if we have to give another radio button set, now we can just change the name and the IDs. Let's say a set of second MCQs here. Let's say it is MCQ2. Now let's just change it as MCQ2 for each of them. Let's check for our output. Let me give them some space. Right. Now these should be totally independent of each of them. Though we have given the same IDs, as we have given them a different name, the submission shouldn't be a problem at all. Right. We have got a favorable output here. This is date time local. You can choose the date, the year, and even the time here. Now let's just try it for ourselves. Let's say input. The type here is date time local. Let's give it an ID. Say DOB. Now for the output. Yeah. We have got all the options. Now in the forms we usually have to upload our profile or our signature. So the file tag is used there. Let's see. Input. And then our type is file. Let's give it ID as file. Just let's give it a label too. Say upload. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Now for the output we have a browse button, by clicking to which we can just select any file from our PC. Let's see what's next. Okay, the email tag. So we just have to put our email here. We can also specify the user about what is the expected format or any other placeholder. We can just give any placeholder there. Let's just try it for once. Just give it a label. Let's say for mail. Say enter your email. The input type should be email. Let's give it an ID as mail. Name And then we can also give it a placeholder, which is nothing but an instruction that the coder can give to the user as per what is the instruction that is needed from you, or what is the data that is needed from you. So let's say abc@gmail.com. Let's check it out. Yeah, there it is, the placeholder. Now let's try the next one. So for phone number, I have used the tel tag, which is specifically made for telephone numbers itself. So let's first give it a label. Let's say phone. Say phone number. Let's give it the type as tel. We can also provide it the minimum and maximum length, that is nothing but the digits that can be entered. So let's give a minimum length as 9 and a maximum length as 10. Let's check for the output. Now we have to give it input as numbers. Now if we submit 9 digits, it won't give an error, but if we just submit 8 of them or 7 of them, it will definitely give us an error while submitting it. And after 10 digits, it won't allow any of the entry. That's much. Now next is the range tag. Now for range tag, here you can just move this button and just give it a value according to the coordinates of what the point you have left it on. Let's try it. Let's give input. Type will be range. Let's give it an ID as RNG. Now we can also give it a minimum and maximum value. Minimum value, let's give it as 2, and then give max as, let's say 10 for now. Let's give it a label 2. Let's see. Right. So the number that this position yields will be the submission, and that's our range tag. So that's all, we are done with the tags. Now if we take a look at the page that we have just created, it looks too rough in front of the page that I had designed earlier. That's because I had used style attributes and complementing colors while designing this page. You can also have a look at the codes that I had used while designing this page. Moreover, these online websites are designed with various different styles, and their elements are used in various ways to fetch values in these tags using JavaScript to perform certain actions. You can inspect any web page and have a glance at its codes to explore. That's it from my side. Now Chetan will explain you the next tags. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Chetan Vanve. I am from first year IT branch. I am a mentor at Vlabs Digitizers. My today's topic is input tags in HTML. Let us see. This is my short intro. I am a developer at Virtual Lab IIT Bombay. I am a part of Vlabs since past 4 months at PVG COT Pune. Certified from IIT Bombay in HTML and CSS, learning JavaScript, C++ and Python. Our today's objectives are use of different input tags in HTML, to know about which tag is used for which purpose and how to apply it, applying input tags to create interactive controls for web-based forms in order to accept data from the user. Our today's topics is input tags in HTML. We can see in it form, time, date or date time local, month, search, checkbox, color, button, submit, reset, file and select. This is the general format of input tag, in which type, name, value, id are the attributes of input tag. Let us one by one we can see it. This is the our Visual Studio code in which I can create these two HTML files, input.html and input1.html. This input1.html I will create I will tell you later for what purpose I have made it. Let us see this file. I have add here some basic styling as background color. Let us see our page, how it looks. This is our page and this is the heading of our page as a title, input tags in HTML, which we given here. Now we can see the form tag in HTML. Form tag is generally used for to interlink other input tags in HTML. Let us see how it works. Now I will take as first name from the user, input type text, and I will give it as name, first name, to know the server which data type it is. I will one more take input from user as last name. I will take input type text, name is I will give it name as last name. This name is not showing in the web page, only the text box is showing. Let us see our output. See here, you can see it, first name and last name which we take from user. We can type our here first name and our last name. Now let us see. We can give this file heading as registration form, because we can use these tags in mainly registration form or login details. Let us give it heading as registration form. I will give this name as registration form. Now I will add here submit button and reset button to submit our data to server. Let us see how it works. I will take as input type submit. I will give it name as submit info, and I will also take one more input as reset. And give it as name as reset. Now I will add here breaking tags for making it more clear. Now I will save it and open it browser. See here, this is our first name, this is our last name, this is a reset button. I will check. 1 minute. Now save it. This is our reset button. We will give here our first name as Chetan and last name as One Way. You can see here when I click on this submit button, this our data is clear. This data is goes to server, which will process further. And when we type data here and click on the reset button, what it does, the reset button do the only clear our data. It does not perform any action and does not send our data to server. Now we can see the I will add here one more PR tag. Now we can see here the form action, how it works. I will add this file name in here to show you how it works. Input 1.html. Now I will save it and go to the web page. Now I will fill here data as Chetan and here as One Way. Now I will click in the submit button. Now this will direct to a server which we now thank you for submitting form. This is what this is done action in form tag. You can see here. This is the we can return in input 1.html. I can use here HTML file to understand you. Here is the mostly PHP file is there instead of HTML file. Now we can see the I will erase this action. You can know now how it works. Now I will here one more I will add here one more attribute of form tag, auto complete. How it works, it has attributes, it has option like on and off. I will keep it as on. Now I will save it and go to the web page. Now I will here write as Chetan and I will write here as One Way. Now I will submit this. Now I will further here click on to like here, it will give me as options like here Chetan, and similarly it will give me option as One Way. This is the what autocomplete does. Now I will here autocomplete makes off. Now let us see. I will save it and go to the web page. Now here is nothing show anything. This is not showing anything for me. I will again submit it. See here, nothing is seeing like in what we see in before. This is the function of autocomplete. Now we can see one more method as I will erase this. One more attribute norm and name as method. Now let us see how it works. Method as get and post. Get is not secure but post is more secure. Let us see how it. I will type here as get and I will save it and I will direct to page. I will fill here information, our information, user information. I will submit this. you can see here it shows the name and last name and first name in the title of the web page, like not title, this is showing here, you can see it. Now I will use the post, which is more secure. We can let us see how it's secure. Post, I will save it and let us direct to page. Now I will refresh this page and I will write here it's not working, means it does not given our data to this. I think there is problem with post. Let us see some time after. Now we will see the name. We can give in form as name, login details, like something, login details. Wait, I will increase the font of this. Now it will be more clear. Yes. Now one by one we can see our other input tags. Let us see. Time, I will add here breaking tags. Now we can see input text time. I will give it as a heading like time. I will take input type time. I will give it as name. You can give it as any name, like not I will give it as time. Now let us see how it works. Control plus S, save, and let us see the page. Here you can see the name, time. Let us see how it works. This is the time, this is in hours and this is in minutes. We can select anything from here. Let us scroll down and we can get here 24 hours, and these are the minutes, which we can get up to 59, and we can select here from time anything. Now let us see another input text as date. Go to back Visual Studio Core. I will add here some breaking tags. Now I will give it heading as date. This heading tag you already know. Now I will take input type date. You can use date for many time, like and time as well, for entry time, like what is the purpose is like date of birth. I will give it a name as date of birth. Name, date of birth. Now let us see how it works. See here. Now you can give here direct name as anything, or directly you can write, or you can select from here icon, calendar. You can select here from date as well. This is the date. You can select here from year. This is the month, and this is our date. You can select anything. You can use date as a date of birth or any type of input from user for a date. Now we can see another input tag, date time local, in which we can use date and time simultaneously and get info from user for date and time both. Let us see. I will give it as date time local, date time local. Now I can write here input type date time local. Name I will give it as date of birth. Now we can save it, and we can see it. This is the format. You can here add date as well, month and year, and from here you can select time, like whatever you want to give. And this is the here you can see the timing in hours, and these are the minutes from up to 59, 1 to 59, and these are the hours from 0 to 24. And here we can select the date. You can use date and time simultaneously to get from the user. Now let us see one more input tags, month. I will give it as heading month. I will take as input type month. I will give it as name month. Now let us see how it works. Let us see. Here from icon calendar you can select any month from, and here you can see our years in number. You can select any year and any month. Like generally we know that we all register for process of covaxin. It only asks user to about the birth year, which may take false data, like in 2003 the people which birth in 2003 or they are not eligible up if they are birth in like November, December, like these months. That's why the month is more accurate for the month will give us accurate result as per the need. We can use month as well here. Now let us see one more input text as search. I will give search tag first here. I will take input. I will give it heading as search. I will give it as heading search. I will write input tag search. I will give it name as search. You can give any name here. Now I will tell you how it does. Like other website, we can use search for searching data in the website. In database you can use it. Like let us see how it works. I will save it and direct to page. See here, this is the search. I will add here more breaking tags. I will add here center tag, which you might have used. Now I will save it. See here, this is the search. You can search. You can use search search input tag for searching anything from the database. Now I will remove this center tag. Now we can see one more input tag as checkbox. How it works? I will add here breaking tags. Now I will add here input tags as checkbox. Now I will give it as name languages. You can use anything for a checkbox. We can use like languages, branches, or anything which has multiple options. We can take name as, I will take it as lang. Now I will give it as a input like Hindi, Marathi. We can ask a user to how many languages he will know. We will take another input tag. Type is checkbox, and we will keep same name for all the languages. I will add here English. I will take as input tag checkbox again and give it same name, language. Now I will add here heading as languages, so it will more clear. Now let us save it and see the output. Now you can see here languages. In languages you can see here Hindi, Marathi and English. You can use these languages, how many languages known to user. Like I have known the 3 languages, English, Marathi and Hindi. Someone might know nothing about Marathi, or someone doesn't know about anything English. So this is the how can we use checkbox in the registration form or input tags. Now let us see one more input tags as color. We can use color picker. I will add here breaking tags. Now taking color picker, I will give it as heading. H2, color picker. Now I will add here input tag color. I will give it as name color picker. Let us see how it works. I will save it. Here you can see color picker. It works like you can take any RGB values for background or anything you want in any color, any shade. This is more useful in JavaScript, as you need to use for template or etc. These are the some uses of color picker. This is most useful in JavaScript as well. Now we can next let's see another input tags. Another input tag button. I will add here breaking tags. Now I will add here button. I will take input tag, input type button. I will give it name as button. Let us see. I will save it and let us see. This is the button. I will not giving here any value to it. This is work like a button. Now I will give it a value. I will type here a submit button. I will save it. Now let us see. Here you can see submit button. You can this button and we can use here this button. These are totally different buttons. This submit our data to server, and this button does not do anything. This has this type of buttons are useful in JavaScript. If here we can use the on click function in JavaScript for you can learn in this as well in few days. Like we can here give it the function name like addition, and this is the syntax of it. You may try. Now I will here add a breaking text. Now we can see file tag with how to use it. I will may you see this file tag before, but I will teach you some attributes of it. Let us see how it works. I will give it as heading as file or photo file. I will take it as photo file. Now I will give it as name, input, type 5. Now I will give it as name, photo file, to accept photo from his photo from user. Like let us see how it works. Here you can see photo file. We can click here to it gives our it shows us our internal documents which we can store. These are the, and we can select from here. Like I will select here a file. It can show the file here. This is useful for I will teach you multiple attribute in it. You can see here we only at one time we can see we can select only one file, not more than one. Like we cannot select two or two files. Only one file we can able to select. So we can now use multiple here attribute. Now let us see how it works. I will save it and I will direct to page. Now I will click here. Now we can able to select more than one files. You can see here 5 files we have selected using the multiple attribute. Now I will tell you one another attribute as accept. How it works? Accept only only takes the which you given the file, like audio, image or video. Now I will teach you how it does. I will take and give it as image slash and star. Now now I will only select the image like JPG format, not audio or video files. I will save it and show you how it works. Like we can here choose file. Now it only shows me the JPG files, photo files, not audio or video files. You can see here only. Now I will take accept as audio file or video. I will take as video and I will save it. And now let us see. You can see here I will here see the only videos, not images. Before you can see the images. And if you can want to take all type of files, then you can use comma or give any all attributes to it. Image slash star comma audio slash star. Now I will save it and show you how it takes all the files from the user. let us see here. It shows as video as well and the images as well, JPG format as well, and MP4 format, which is video format. Now let us see one more another input tag, which is select. Let us see how it works. I will add here breaking tags. Now I will give it as I will direct select is the tag which we used for taking input from the user, but not placing in the input tag. We can directly use it. Select, we will give name as branch. You can give ID as anything. I will give it as S1, and we can here add option value. I will give it as 1. I will take here as IT like branch. I will save it. Now let us see it works or not. Yes. Now I will take another options. I will add here to here to see you how it works. I will give value 2, and I will add here computer. Now I will add another option value. I will give 3, and I will add here ENTC. Likewise, you can add one multiple option to select from the drop down to user, which branch he or anything like else, like mechanical. I will save it and let us see. Here is the drop down. You can select here from any branch. We can give here as a heading select tag, select branch. I will save it. Now this is the center. We can cover multiple input tags in this file, in this tutorial. Now I will take over 2 or 3 attributes. We can use disabled attribute to make the input disabled or only read only format. I will show you. I will use disabled. Now let us save it and let us see how it works. Disable. Now I will not able to fill any information in this search button. You can see here. This is the read only format, or we can give it to anything. Disable. Now I will take one more as autofocus. I will add this as autofocus in first name. Now I will save it. Let us see how it works. See this, the autofocus, what it does, it directly give me the arrow here or cursor to here to fill the form. Now I will add this autofocus in another last name, not first name. Now you can see this autofocus in second, not in first. See this taking input from user directly in without moving cursor, directly in last name. Now I will make it as first name as required. And required, what it does, it shows pop-up of if you not fill anything in this, like we can constrain this from a blank. Now I will save it. Let us see. I have not filled anything here. as information. I will fill here information like Chetan last name as one way, and I will submit it. It will ask me to please fill out this field. It shows this pop-up to me if I will directly going to submit the form. Now if I will return here and submit, then it does not show me anything like submit. This is due to autofocus. And if I will write here and I will not write in the last name, I will directly submit it. It's not showing me anything for last name. You can see here, not showing me. In this way you can use this as required autofocus disable for any type of tag in input tag. Now let us see what we can discuss today. We can see the search input tag which we take from user, like searching anything like any website. You can see it. I will teach you disable required autofocus attributes. Now I will also take a form tag which link other input tags. I will take in time, date time, local, month, checkbox, color, button, file. That's it from my side. We can see once output of this file. This is the output of this file. You can see it. And thank you for listening me patiently and kindly. Thank you everyone. Now I will stop my presentation.
Hello guys, my name is Nisarg Purgunti and I'm going to be your mentor for this session. I'm going to teach you about HTML attributes. We have seen a few HTML tags and their usage, like heading tags, paragraph tag and other tags. We use them so far in their simplest form, but most of the HTML tags can also have attributes, which are extra bits of information. Let me first introduce myself. I am a first year computer engineering student at PVG COET. I have been a part of Vlabs for the past 4 months. I am also an HTML developer certified by IIT Bombay. I have also completed Software Foundation course by eYantra, IIT Bombay. Lastly, I am a winner of Hackathon 2K21 for front-end web development by IIT Pune. Let us go through the various objectives of this tutorial. It is to understand what attributes are, to understand the need of attributes, to become familiar with the various types of attributes, to learn how to use them, to know the do's and don'ts of attributes. The topics that we are going to discuss is title, which specifies extra information about an element, href, which specifies the URL of the page the link goes to, ID, which is used to uniquely identify any element, and lastly, class, which is used to specify a class for an HTML element. Let us understand what HTML attributes are. An attribute is used to define the characteristics of an HTML element. It is placed inside an element's opening tag. All attributes are made up of two parts, a name and a value, and usually come in pairs like name equals to value. The name is the property you want to set. For example, the paragraph tag. The value is what you want the value of the property to be set and is always put within quotations. Why do we need them? Well, attributes provide additional information about elements. Let us understand the various types of HTML attributes one by one. Let us have a look at the title attribute, not to be confused with the title tag that you have learned before. The title attribute specifies extra information about an element. The information is most often shown as a tooltip text when the mouse moves over an element. Let us try it. First, I'm going to create an HTML file. Say attribute .html, and I'm going to use the Emmet abbreviation. And I'll get the basic framework. Let me change the title to attribute, and let us create a paragraph tag. Say we write something such as over here we are going to add the title attribute. We will write title and equal to, and within quotations we can write whatever we want to write. For example, paragraph tag. Now if I save it by Ctrl S, let me open this HTML file in Google Chrome. As you can see, the paragraph tag is displayed over here. Now if I hover my mouse on top of the paragraph tag, I will get an information. As you can see, the paragraph tag is visible. It is known as the title. It is a tooltip that provides additional information. Also, every attribute must always be within quotations, else let us see what happens. As you can see, I have removed the quotations, and now I will save it again. If you go to the Google Chrome and hover over it, it was originally showing as paragraph tag. Now if I reload it and hover, I'm only getting the paragraph. So I think you might have understood how important quotes are if you have multiple words. Let us take a glance at the href attribute. The anchor tag defines a hyperlink, whereas the href attributes specifies the URL of the page the link goes to. Let us take an example. I'm going to create an anchor tag, and let me write something such as link to Wikipedia. Within the opening tag of the anchor tag, I'm going to write href equals to, and within the quotations I have to insert a URL. Let us take a URL of any website such as Wikipedia. And from the top, I will just copy the link and I will paste it over here. Now I will save the file and again go to Google Chrome. Let me reload it. As you can see, a link to Wikipedia has been generated. If I click on it, it will redirect me to the Wikipedia website. You can use any website you want and it will redirect you to that website. That was all about href attribute, and let us move ahead to the ID attribute. The ID attribute of an HTML tag can be used to uniquely identify any element within an HTML page. There are two primary reasons that you might want to use an ID attribute on an element. The first one is to identify an element that carries ID as a unique identifier, whereas the second one is to distinguish between elements that have the same name. Let us see what IDs are and how to use them. Let me create a paragraph tag and let me write something as this is an HTML page. Let me create another paragraph tag and here I will write this is not an HTML page. Now I will give IDs to both of the paragraph tags by writing ID equals to and within quotations. Now I can give any ID to them. For example, first, and over here let me give it an ID as second. Now let me save it. And if we go to the Google Chrome page and reload it, you can see that there are two paragraph tags. There are two paragraphs and there's nothing special about it, right? Now you might have learned about styles, and if I want this paragraph to be center aligned in this page, I will use the style element. Now you might have learned to use style like this, but there is also another way to use style that you'll learn in much more detail ahead. In the head tag, you will first have to create a style element. This contains all the styling that you want in your HTML page. For example, if I want to style my first paragraph, I will have to call it. Now how do I call it? So I have given it an ID named as first. So I will write a hashtag, also known as pound, and I will create two curly brackets. And after the hashtag, I will write the name of the ID that I want to call, such as first. If you're using an ID, you definitely have to use a hashtag. For example, if I want to align it in the center, I will use text align. After that, I will give a colon and I will write center. After which I always have to use a semicolon. Now let us save it and check what's happening. As you can see, after reloading the page, the first paragraph moves to the center of the page. Now if I want the second paragraph to move to the right, I will create another, and I'll call it in the same way by writing a hashtag and calling it by the ID name and using two curly brackets, and again using text align, again a colon, and I'll write right. Now I have saved it and let us see what has happened. I will reload it, and as you can see that the second paragraph has moved to the right. So what is the use of these IDs? As you can see, we have two paragraph tags, and how are we going to differentiate between them? So we are assigning IDs to them. And why have we used style over here on the top in the head tag? Because it will get tedious to write again and again style over here and provide the attributes. So IDs can be used to distinguish between elements that have the same name. And not necessarily that, we can even use it on other tags, such as, let us apply it on the header tag h1, and I will give it an ID such as heading, and let me call it again hashtag heading, which is its ID, curly brackets. Let me give it a color. And at the end I will apply a semicolon. And over here in the h1 tag, let me write something. This is a heading. Now if I save it, go to Google Chrome and reload it, I'm getting by default a black color. Now if I change the color to say blue and save it again and reload the page, it will turn into blue. So this was all about IDs. You use it to distinguish between two elements of the same name and provide a unique identity to each element. Now let us take a look at the class attribute. It is used to specify a class for an HTML element. It is often used to point to a class name in a style sheet. It can also be used by a JavaScript to access and manipulate elements with the specific class name. Let us understand the class attribute with the help of some few examples. Let me again create a paragraph element and let me write something. This is a part of a class. Let me again create a paragraph element and here I'll write this is also a part of the same class. Now I will give a class to both these paragraphs. Give some gap to them. I will write class equals to, and again within the quotations. It is exactly like ID. So let me give it a class called same, and in the second paragraph I'll give it the same class name, which has same. Okay, now let me save it. For example, if I want both of these paragraphs to be center aligned in the page, I will style it. Let me call that class. As you have seen before, we call an ID by writing a hashtag, and similarly we call a class by using a full stop and writing the class name. And here the class name is same, and again we'll use the curly brackets, and then I have to align it in the center. So I will use text align colon center and end it with a semicolon. Now if I save it and reload it, you can see that both of these paragraphs are center aligned. Class does not only works on elements with the same name, we can even use it on other elements, such as, let us again take a heading h2 and let me write something such as this heading is also a part of the class named same, and let me give it the same class name, class equal to, in quotations, same. If I save it, the same styling will be applied on h2 also, which is text align center. Now if I reload it, you can see that the heading is also center aligned. So basically we use class if we want to apply the same styling for multiple elements. So we have understood that we can use classes with different elements and they can share the same class name. Also, we can use multiple classes. For example, as you can see, the two paragraphs and the heading are center aligned. But if you want the heading to be blue in color, so we can add another class to it another class name to it within the same quotations, and for example I will name it color. Okay, so I will create another class named color and curly brackets, and I will give it some color, for example blue. And if I save it and reload, you can see that the heading is now blue in color. So what exactly happened is we have given it two class names. The first is the class name same, which aligns it in the center, and the second one is the class name color, which gives it the color blue. As you can see, we have given the second class name only to the heading and not to the paragraph, and that is why only the heading is blue in color and not the paragraphs. We can give multiple styles to the IDs and classes. For example, if I want to give background color, say cornflower blue, I'll end it with a semicolon, and as you can see, the background of all these elements of the same class has been changed to cornflower blue. But what if I want the first paragraph to have a different background color? But how am I going to do that? Because they all belong to the same class. Now I will use an ID. I will give it an ID which will differentiate it from other elements. For example, if I give it the ID name different and I create ID which is different, and remember I have used hashtag for the ID, and let me give it the background color. Let us say dark blue. I'll end it with a semicolon. I will save it and let us check what has happened. As you can see, the color of the first paragraph has been changed to dark blue. Why? Because we have given it an ID that will differentiate it from the class name. I hope you have understood when to use class and when to use ID. IDs are used when you want to differentiate a particular element from the rest, and you use class when you want to generalize all the elements. So this was all about HTML attributes. I am Nisar Kurgunti. I have been your mentor for this session. Hope you learned something of value. Thanks for listening. Goodbye.
Hello everyone, I am Harshada Gundecha, the head of the VLab Digitizers Forum. I would like to give a brief introduction about myself. I am the member of the VLab Digitizers Forum since 2019. I am the head of the VLab Digitizers Forum. I have been a mentor and student trainer for the VLab Digitizers. I am a senior trainer for the Boatathon KTL1 and KTL2. I have received Platinum Certificate in the first VLab Boatathon for the Digital Logic Design using Gates Lab. I have been a VLab developer for the Strength of Materials Lab and the JavaScript Lab. I have provided HTML, JavaScript, TypeScript, C, C++, and Flutter training to my juniors. I have been responsible for coordination with faculty as well as alumni for smooth functioning of VLab activities. Now, with that out of the way, I would like to tell you a few interesting facts about this workshop. Firstly, you will be receiving a first runner-up, second runner-up, and winner e-certificate for whoever wins, obviously. Secondly, there's going to be a grading system and you'll receive an e-certificate for either A, B, or C grade according to how well you perform. And thirdly, the knowledge that you gain through this workshop will help you have a good base for the further VLab Boatathons, etc. Now, with that, I hope that all of you participate in this workshop with a lot of zeal and enthusiasm and do your best. With that, I would also like to add, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. Now, I would like to introduce Honorable Professor R.G. Kaduskar, the director of PVG COET. Professor R.G. Kaduskar did an MS in Electronics and Control from BITS Pilani, Rajasthan in 1994. He did his ME in ENTC in Government College of Engineering, Pune in 2000. He was awarded the Adarsh Shikshak Puraskar from Dadaji Vaishampayan Trust, Kalyan in 2004. He received Best Technical Assessor for 2006 and 2007 from KPIT Cummins. He received Best Jury Regional Award from Institute of Engineers and Technology, Bangalore in 2013. He has special recognition in the Wipro Mission 10X program. He received Cambridge Certified Teacher Trainer recognition with Outstanding Grade O. He got special recognition from Chief Editor, Bioinformatics Journal. He was a consultant for RDG Microelectronics Mumbai for 2 R&D projects in RFID. He has 15 national publications, 8 international publications, and 5 in IEEE Journal. He has worked as a resource person in many faculty development activities, and he has written 9 books in engineering. Now I would like to request Honorable Professor R.G. Kaduskar to say a few words.
Very good morning to all. Honorable Chairman of Pune Vidyarthi Grah, Sri Sunil Redekar, respected Sri Pushpadeep Mishra, Project Manager, Virtual Labs IIT Bombay, In-charge Principal of the College, Professor Dr. Manoj Taramale, Dean and Head of Departments of the College, Regional Coordinator of VLabs, Professor Mrs. T.S. Kataukar, Regional Technical Coordinator of VLab, Professor Manish Nagoshi, entire staff student team, VLab of PVG COET and GKPIM, teaching and non-teaching staff of the college, and all my young enthusiastic participants. I, Professor R.G. Kaduskar, Director of PVG COET and GKPIM, extend my warm welcome to each one present online to this national level event on Introduction to Web Development. Dear peer participants, it's my pleasure and proud privilege to brief about our college. Pune Vidyarthi Grah, that is PVG, is celebrating its 112th glorious years in education and social field. It has a legacy of hardship, pursuit, commitment and determination to serve the society in educational area. PVG COET and GKPIM, formerly known as PVG COET, is based on the solid foundation laid down by its great visionaries and committed to satisfy the stakeholders through excellence in engineering education and creating multidisciplinary platforms for overall student development. College was established in the year 1985 with printing engineering program. In subsequent years, additional 5 engineering programs, namely mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, electronics and telecommunication engineering, information technology and computer engineering were started. College is presently running 2 postgraduate programs in electrical power system and printing engineering. Also, college has established research centers for 3 programs in electrical engineering, printing engineering and mechanical engineering. All these programs are approved by IIT in New Delhi, DTE Mumbai and affiliated to Savitribai Phule University. In the coming academic year, that is 2021-22, college is starting the new engineering program in artificial intelligence and data science with intake of 60 students. As a part of quality education, college received recognition and accreditation from NAC Bangalore twice and with a recent accreditation as a A grade in a second cycle. 4 engineering programs of the college are NBA accredited from New Delhi. I feel proud to state that college is having recognition from various industries, to name few: TCS, IBM, KPIT, Texas Instruments, Atlas Copco, Avery Dennison, Dassault Systèmes France, Omnova Solutions USA. Also, college is having good interactions and collaborations with reputed organizations such as DRDO, IIT Mumbai, Maharashtra Energy Development Agency MEDA, Maharashtra Non-Conventional Energy Producers Association, All India Federation of Master Printers, National Digital Library India, which is an MHRD initiative, Indian Society of Technical Education IST, Institution of Engineers IEI, and IEEE USA. College Training and Placement Cell is doing great work regarding improving the employability of our students. Special MOUs are signed for enhancing the students' performances and increasing their employability. Even individual departments are encouraged to support the training placement activities by inculcating the soft skills among the students from second year onwards only, and it is the integral part of the curriculum of Savitribai Phule University. Even programs for interviews and group discussions are being organized for the students by the college as well as the departments. I am very happy to mention that our college training placement did excellent work by placing more than 280 students this year in spite of COVID-19 pandemic situation and having scarcity of job around us. A very spacious and well-designed digital library is one of the college unique facility, having more than 10,000 titles and 32,000 volumes of books with more than 70 national and international journals as well as e-journals. The facility of reprographic is also available in the library, and in the library a separate computer laboratory is being established for the students' activity. College is well equipped with setups, infrastructure as well as latest trend technology based initiatives to strengthen the quality education at all levels. College is having a Wi-Fi campus with complete ERP solutions to all administrative processes. Even college provides foreign language training programs to students after the curriculum of the Savitribai Phule University. And I am very proud to say that up till now 25 students are being placed to Japan through Asia to Japan program, and they were given the Japanese language training on campus. Also, the college provides the German language training at campus. Highly qualified faculty with ideal blend of experienced and young teachers is our strength. Faculties are motivated and continuously updating themselves and through various faculty development programs, participating in various workshops, seminars, conferences. The supporting staff is also well qualified and motivated. Even non-teaching staff of our college are enthusiastic and very helpful. College day-to-day academic activities as well as disciplinary activities are regularly monitored and being maintained with strict norms. Because of wholehearted contribution of college teaching and non-teaching staff, equal response from students, their parents, as well as good support and acceptance from the industries, PVG COET and GKPIM consistently maintaining its quality of education for last so many years. We are all experiencing COVID-19 pandemic situation for last more than 1 year or so. In spite of this tough and challenging time, college maintains its academic standard, which is possible with collective efforts and active participation of our college faculties, students, their parents, and industry experts. I wholeheartedly appreciate each and every one of them for their excellent contribution. A national level event of the college today, that is an introduction to web development, is collaboration with Vlabs IIT Bombay, is yet another academic activity conducted by the college online, and that to be under such a pandemic situation for the benefit of students only. I am sure that participants will receive good inputs in next 2 days of this web development seminar. I am sure that students will create an interest and will try on their own some web development activities. My heartiest congratulations and best wishes to our organizing team, and I am confident that this national level event will be successful. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Rasika Deshpande from PVG COET and GK Partevani's Institute of Management. I am from IT branch and I am currently in my second year. Now, a quick introduction about myself. I am a member of Vlabs Digitizers Forum since 2020. I am currently the project manager and mentor in VLabs. I have also completed my audit course of virtual labs. I have developed 3 experiments of physics lab and I am also certified for HTML, C, C++, Arduino and Java by Spoken Tutorial Project IIT Bombay. I have also served as junior trainer in Hootathon Knock Down the Lockdown 2 organized by Virtual Labs IIT Bombay. Now, I would request Honorable Shri Pushpadeep Mishra sir to have a word. Pushpadeep sir is currently working as project manager with Virtual Labs IIT Bombay and he has played a key role in outreach development and community engagement for VLabs. He believes in working at the grassroots level, which mainly involves interacting with students and teachers and identifying problems and challenges faced in the academic setting. His main focus has been on content development for virtual labs. Now, before moving forward, I would like to ask you to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. Over to you, sir.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2 days workshop on web development for virtual labs. I welcome all of you on behalf of my team at Virtual Labs IIT Bombay. And I thank PVG College of Engineering, the management and the organizers for organizing this event. For all the students, welcome to this national workshop on web development. Well, Virtual Labs is a project which was started a decade back by Ministry of Human Resource and Development, now called as Ministry of Education. And the purpose was to help lakhs of students across the nation to enable them to learn the practical experience through simulators. So it's not a replacement of your physical labs, but it is an assistive tool which can help you to learn the concepts anywhere and at any time that you want. Students of science, engineering and polytechnics can definitely benefit from it. Let me also tell you, our data says that during the pandemic, lakhs of students across the nation have used virtual labs at a very large scale, and universities and institutes have benefited out of it. Many of the institutes have also conducted the practical exams using virtual labs. But students, the virtual lab experiments that you have online are limited to certain subdisciplines and chapters. We have got a huge gap to fill in, the syllabus gap that we have to fill so that all of the students across the country can benefit and learn various principles, various technologies, various techniques used in the academics and in the industries. Towards this effort, we thought that we need some helping hand from the community to build further round of the experiments. Now, therefore, we started with an experimentation way back in 2016 with PVJ being one of the leading institutes, nodal centers from IIT Bombay region. So as of now, with the help of community, we have developed more than 100 experiments. And this started just like today's workshop has begun. In a very small setup, we conducted a workshop involving students and faculties who contributed towards content development. Over the period of time, we realized the skill set required to develop a virtual lab is really important so that the quality of the labs that come out of this development process helps the student to the optimum. Now, towards this, the virtual lab development is divided into 2 parts. One, designing the pedagogy and the storyboard, and second, being the code development part. Now, when it comes to code development, let me tell you, the experiments that the community designs goes to our production servers. It's hosted on the live servers, which are being used by the millions of students. Therefore, the quality of the code is also very important. But a few developers may not be able to fill the gap that we are targeting. Therefore, we are conducting this mass event where students from across the nation are invited to learn technologies such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and so on. Let me tell you that this is a building block towards developing a proper simulator. This is just your first step towards learning on how to develop a virtual lab. Once you learn this, you'll be given small projects, small tasks, and after which you will be evaluated, and further will be trained on developing more complex simulations. Now, once you are apt with these technologies, when you are skilled enough to contribute to the simulators, you'll be working with our team in a close mentoring sessions, and the students who have already developed these are now these are now called as student mentors. All of us will be helping you to develop the content, which will involve building more complex algorithms, more complex user interface and user interactions. So all of this is going to be very exciting, and it begins from today's workshop. So kindly focus well on today's workshop, complete the assignments well in time, and submit it on the Git repositories that you have been asked for. Well, as I told you that this is just the first step towards building a simulator. This is also a first step towards involving with our community. A community which is not only building virtual labs, but also going beyond towards creating even simulators which will be built on artificial intelligence, towards having machine learning involved in the experiments. Further, these experiments will extend from the virtual environment towards physical environment, in the sense that hardware-based virtual labs, wherein you can integrate both the UI and both the hardware interface, front-end and hardware interface, software and the hardware interface, and then taking further ahead from that. So ultimately, the objective is that students become not only skilled in the soft skills, but also in the hardware technologies. So towards this approach, this workshop is just a foundation. Beyond this, students who are interested in software development are also being given projects at IIT Bombay. The present pool of student mentors are helping us to develop outreach portals. They are helping us to solve other challenges, both in software and hardware sections at IIT Bombay. So we at IIT Bombay see the community as a very versatile team of talented students and faculties who can contribute towards nation building. So with this message, I welcome all of you once again and wish you all the best for the next 2 days. And once again, I thank PVG College of Engineering for organizing this program. Kindly feel free to connect with the organizers for any queries, and I hope just you will do your best. Welcome to our community of Vlabs Dev at Virtual Labs IIT Bombay. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Dhruv. I am from first year ENTC branch, and today we'll be talking about forms. I'll start with a brief introduction about myself. I am a mentor at Vlabs Digitizers. I am certified by IIT Bombay for the completion of HTML training. You can see my certificate below. So now let's talk about the objectives of this course. So first is to get acquainted with basics of forms in HTML. And the second is to implement various tags to create a form in HTML. The topics we'll be covering today are uses of forms in HTML, basic skeleton of forms in HTML, then the coding of a form, then coding a form in HTML, and a sample project to be done at the end of this course. We'll talk more about that later. So as you all know, we use forms almost everywhere today, starting from creating a Gmail account to creating an Amazon account. Everywhere we just need to fill forms in order to make an account. How are these forms created? So let's talk about that. Now let's talk about the basic skeleton of any form in HTML. First is the CSS file. Now you'll learn more about CSS in the upcoming sessions. So now the second is the div tag and the third is the input tag. Till now, I hope you have learned about them, and we'll go deeper into those tags in the session ahead. Now these are the input tags we'll be referring to in today's session. Now you can view them here, or you can just go to the website below and learn more about them from there as well. So now let's get started with the coding. So first you need the HTML template. So for that, just enter an exclamation mark and press enter. As you can see, the default template for HTML will be loaded, and now we'll just change the name of the document. Let's say sample form. Okay, now we'll start with our basic creation of a form. So first we'll make a div tag. Now there's one normal method by which you can make a div tag, which is just say type in div and then give it an ID. For example, I'll give it form1, and you can close the div tag. And there's one second method by which you can just do the same by typing lesser, that is full stop form1, and just hit enter. As you can see, a div tag will be created right here. Okay, so now I'll give the form a heading. I'll use the h1 tag. I'll say sample account creation form, and below it I'll start with an input tag. So I'll input type text, and there's one thing called as placeholder. For those of you who don't know what placeholder is, so I'll tell you in a moment. I'll just write here enter your name and then close this. Now let's check the output. As you can see, we have the sample account creation form, and here we have a text box inside which it is written as enter your name. So now we'll add a label tag to this. So for that, what I'll need to do is first I'll need to give one ID to this input box. So what I'll do is I'll just type in ID and give this ID as txt1, say, and on the next line I'll use the label tag. So I'll just type in label for, and I'll give the same ID as above, txt1, and close this and just write here name. So now let's check the output. As you can see, this name label is now in front of this entire name text box. So that's the use of the label tag. Now we'll go to the next part of the form. So in the same way, we'll add one input type, and this will be a mobile number. So I'll just give the type as number. I'll give an ID as num1, and the placeholder will be writing enter your mobile number, and I'll close this input tag. And in this way, now we have this label tag, so we have to add the label tag here as label for num1, and I'll close this and write in mobile number. Now let's check the output. So as you can see, we have this output right here, but the thing is, it's not coming on the next line. So for bringing it on the next line, what we need to do is add a br tag. So now I'll just write in br, but the problem with it is it's almost overlapping with each other. So if you want to give more space, just add in one more br tag. So as you can see, I've added one more br tag, and now it's looking a little bit spaced out. It's fine now. And whenever you have filled a Google form or any type of form, there are some fields which are optional and there are some fields which are required. Now in this case, a name is always of course required. So in this input type, what I'll do is just at the end or whenever in between also you can write it, just type in required. So after this, whenever you are going to submit the form, this field will pop up. I mean, if you don't fill it, it will show as red and it will pop up as required, which you would have seen in most of the forms, maybe Google Forms or any type of form. So we'll just make this mobile number as well required. Now we'll go to the next part, which is the email address. Now we'll type in input again. This type will be type email, and the ID will be as em1, and the placeholder is enter your email address. And I'll close this tag, and I'll give the label as label for em1, and I'll give the label as email address, and I'll save this And now as you can see, we have this email address right here. So what I'll do is again add a BR tag to this. I mean 2 BR tags. That should do our job. Now as you can see, it is aligned. So now we don't specifically require an email address, so it's optional. So we can just skip the required this thing, and we'll write here optional. So as we have the mobile number already, we don't require the email address. So it's up to the user if they want to input their email address. Okay, so let's get to the next part. So after this, we'll have the password. Now they want to create a password for the account. So what I'll do is input type, and I'll write a password, and the ID will be as pwd1, and in the placeholder I'll write in enter a password. So now they can create the password right here, and it will be labeled as label for pwd1, and I'll label it as create a password. So this is how we label this, and now as you can see, we have this create a password. So now the only problem with it is it's again coming on the next line, so we will just add the BR tag, and now it's aligned properly. So now we need to make this password a required field, so I'll just type in required. Okay, so for those of you who haven't had much of experience with input tags till now all this, the types, as you can see, we have text, number, email, password. So the main use of them is you can type in text, any type of text, and even numbers for that matter. Well, in the mobile number, whenever I am typing some letters, they are not appearing here, but if I type a number, it's appearing there. Same is for the email address. Now here you can just use any type of symbols or letters or numbers, but again in the password, whenever I type password, as you can see, there are black dots appearing instead of the text which we are typing. So that's for security purpose. So that's how the password type works. Okay, so after this we need the user's birth date. So for that I'll type in input type date, and we'll give the ID as D1, and I'll close this tag, and in the label I'll be giving it for that will be D1, and I'll close this, and I'll give it enter your birth date. Fine. Now let's save this and check it. As you can see, we have this enter your birth date. I'll again add the BR tags here, and now it's in line. So the main purpose of this date is, as you can see, we have this calendar open right here, so we can just select whatever date we want, whatever year we want, and whatever month we want. If you want, you can just select today, you can just select this, and that's how our date will be inputted. But now there are some forms which require you to be of a, for example, if you want a form to be filled only by people who are 18 plus, what you can do is go here and type in max, and if I want my user's maximum birth of year to be 2003, what I'll do is I'll just enter 2003, give a hyphen, and I'll just write in a month, say it's January, and I'll just write in a date, say 31st. So I'll just save this, and let's check it out now. As you can see, only people whose birth date is on or before 31st January 2003 will be able to fill this form. So that's what's the use of the max tag. And also, if you can set the minimum if you want a specific range, say people from 1990 up till 2003. What I'll do is I'll write min, I'll specify 1990. Again, I'll give the month, say January, and I'll give the date, say 1st of Jan. So I'll save this, and I'll go back, and as you can see now, if I scroll up, The maximum available range now is 1990. I'll just hit it, Jan, 1st of Jan, and the last available date is 2003, Jan 31st. So this is the use of the date as well as minimum max. So after this, what we'll need is just a checkbox now. So for the gender, so I'll just write an input type checkbox, and I'll give it an ID as, and we'll just end this, and I'll give it a label now, label for CHCK1, and we'll write here male, and the same applies for female. I'll just type in input type checkbox, and I'll give it an ID CHCK2, and it will be label for CHCK2, it will be female. So as you can see, we have two checkboxes now, male and female. So that's the use of this checkbox. Okay, so after this, we just need a submit button. But before that, as always, we just need to add a BR tag. So we'll give it a BR. So now it's in line. Also, we'll need to give a BR tag here. So now, as you can see, it's in line. Now again, I'll give a BR tag in here, and we'll need a submit button. So for that, I'll just be giving input type, and it will be a button. Now in this case, we don't use placeholder, instead we use value. So I'll just type in value, and it will be submit, and I'll close this. Now let's check if our button is added. So as you can see, we have button. So now this is our sample form. Now I know it's not at all styled or anything, but you'll learn styling and everything in the later sessions. Also, you can use Bootstrap and create forms similar to Amazon, Google form, anything. It's just up to your creativity. So I'll just do one thing. We can center this using this center tag. Now the center tag is actually a primitive tag, but it can be used right now. But later when you will learn CSS and all, you won't be using center tag at all. So once I add the center tag, as you can see, it's in between. So now if you want this label before this box, all you need to do is just cut this from here, paste it here. I'll just use these BR tags right here. And now as you can see, we have this before the box. Now you can do this for everything else, and that's it. So this is our sample form. So lastly, I'd like to thank you all for attending this session. If you want to do more assignments or more such forms, all you can do is just go to some of your favorite websites and just try to copy the forms. You can do that once you have completed this course, because after that you would have learned Bootstrap and many other types of stylings which will be important for making such forms. So I hope you complete this course. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Harshal Vivek Kolte. I am a first year electrical engineering student from Pune Vidyarthi Grace College of Engineering and Technology, and also a mentor at Vlabs. This is my HTML training completion certificate from IIT Bombay. So now let's move to the topic. Now we will see what are HTML lists and its type. HTML lists are used to present lists of information in well-formed and semantic way. There are basically two types of list, ordered list and unordered list. An ordered list is created with help of OL tag and LI tag, whereas unordered list is created with help of UL tag and LI tag. The items in the ordered list are marked with the numbers, whereas the items in unordered list are marked with bullets. So let's try to make this list in HTML. So here I have created a file with basic HTML tag, head tag and body tag, as well as some heading tags. So now to create a ordered list, we have to type OL tag inside the body tag. Here, for example, I will create a list of fruits. Every ordered list starts with a OL tag and ends with an OL tag, whereas the items in the ordered list, every item, this start with LI tag and end with an LI tag. Let the first item be the mango, then the second be the apple, then the third be the oranges, and the last be the pineapple. Now save the changes and refresh the page over here. As you can see, my ordered list has appeared over here with all the items. This type of list which are marked with 1, 2, 3, 4 numbers or the alphabets are called as ordered list. Now let's try to make an unordered list. For unordered list, we just replace the OL tag of ordered list with UL tag. To avoid confusion, I will use the same example of fruits. Also, in an ordered list, every item starts with LI tag and ends with an LI tag. Let our second item be the apple, then the oranges, and the last be the pineapple. Now save the changes. Let's have a look at the output. As you can see, my unordered list has appeared over here with this dark concentrated discs, or you can call them the bullets. This type of lists which are represented with the bullets are called unordered list. In ordered list, we can replace this 1, 2, 3, 4 by using uppercase or lowercase alphabets and also the Roman numbers. So now let's try that out. For that, you have to just do some changes over here. Type and then choose whichever you want. I'll show you the uppercase alphabets first. As you can see, my 1, 2, 3 is replaced with A, B, C, D. Similarly, we can do for lowercase alphabets. Just remove the uppercase A and replace it by the lowercase a. As you can see, the uppercase alphabets are replaced with the lowercase alphabets. For the Roman numbers, we can either have them in uppercase or lowercase. For the uppercase Roman numbers, we have to type capital I. And as you can see, we got the Roman numbers in uppercase at the output. Also, for the lowercase Roman numbers, we have to type lowercase I instead of uppercase I. As you can see, the uppercase Roman numbers are replaced with lowercase Roman numbers. Similarly, in an ordered list, we can change these disks to circles or square. For that, we have to make some changes in the UL tab. Just type style, then list style type, and select square over here. I show you the square first. Now refresh the page. As you can see, my bullets are replaced by squares. Similarly for circle, just remove the square part and replace it by circle. Save the changes and let's have a look at output. This is how the bullets are changed in an ordered list using style inside the UL tag. Now in ordered list, if you don't want to start your list from 1, you can also start the list from any number you want. For example, you have to just type start over here and then the number from where you want to start your list. I will start my list from 67 now. As you can see, my list started from 67, then the 68, 69, 70. This is all about the list and its 2 basic types. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Varun Dhokari and today I am going to teach you about nested list. So brief introduction about myself. I am first year student of IIT department of PVG College. I have completed my Vlabs audit course and also received HTML certification from IIT Bombay. So today's objective is to learn how to use nested list. So what is nested? A list inside a list is called nested list. We have to learn about them and learn how to use them. So let's see an example. So as you can see, this is a basic list, normal list, and this is a nested list. So the sub list is inside the main list and the main list is also there. So today we will learn how to use it with the example of car brands. So like car brands will come under the main list and their models will come under the sub list. So let's see how we can work on that. So write the HTML code as you can see. So in body we will give the heading first, brands. So we will create the list first. First we will create an order list, which is the main list, in which we will create an element. Let's see, let's take an example of start. So in that element we will create another list. So let's take another list, and here we'll create the like normal list as you have seen prior. Let's take a model of Tata which is Indica, and let's take another model, next one. So this first element of order list is completed. Let's see how it appears. So as you can see, in Tata there is a sub list of 2 elements, Indica and next one. So let's see further. We'll create another element and let's take example of Honda this time. So in this we can also create order list instead of unordered list. So let's take an element inside it. So let's take an example of city. Let's create another element. Amazing. So as you can see,
received, and let's see how it appears. As you can see, the second element is created inside which another list is created. This is basically the nested list. Let's take a look at the code again. So we created an order list. We can also create unordered list here. For example, here instead of 1 and 2 there is bullet points, so you can also do that. So let's take a look at the code again. So we created a list, then inside the list we created an element, and then we created the sub list. So yes, let's take a look at output again. Yeah, so that's basically the nested list.
Hello everyone, myself Vaishnavi Dilip Takavani, and I am going to be your mentor for this session. So we are going to discuss about tables in HTML. So this is about my introduction. I am a second year student at PVG COET from Computer Branch. I am member of VLab from last 5 months. Also certified HTML, Java and Python developer from IIT Bombay. So these are the certificates. You can have a look at it. So this is the HTML certificate, Java certificate and the Python certificate. So all these certificates are from IIT Bombay. So now let's move towards our topic. Before discussing about the objectives, we'll take a look at the table usage. So this is the digital lab from VLab website, and we can see here they have used tables in order to store the values of ones and zeros. So now we have some idea about how the tables are used in the web pages. We will move towards objectives. So objectives of today's sessions are to deal with basic table tags, which are table, tr, td, etc. The second is attributes of table, which include height, width, border. Advanced attributes have cell spacing, cell padding, row span and call span. So these are the table tags. So whatever the content of the table will be, it will be enclosed within these two tags. So it will start with table and end with /table. So next we have th, that is table head. So the heading of the table will be included in this tag, and because of th the heading will appear to be bold and it will be quite different from that of the table data. The next we have tr, which means table row. So as the name suggests, it is used to create rows. The next is td, which means table data. So the data of the table will be under this tag. So the next, as we have seen in the example, heading 1, heading 2, these are the headings. Row, we have rows, columns, and row 1, col 1, row 2, col 2. So this is basically the data of the table. Now let's move towards the practical implementation. I have already created the file named as table.html in the Visual Studio Code, and written the skeleton of the HTML, which includes head, title, body, HTML, etc. So the first is h1. So this will act as a heading to our web page. The next we have table tag. As I have stated earlier, all the contents of the table will be included in these two tags. We have table row. So the table is created row by row. So because of that, table row, and then we have table head. So because of th, the heading will appear to be bold. Let's take a heading as subject. Next heading as student name. Next M1, and the last will be M2. So now we are done with our first row, which will include the heading. Now we have to insert the data in the table. For that, again we have to create a new row, and in that we have td, that is table data, and the table data will include subject. So the subject will be, suppose I take maths. Then next we have student name. Suppose we take it ABC. Marks of M1 80, marks of M2 80. So let's try again. TR. Next we have TD, the first data, which is subject. Second is name, and the marks of M1 and marks of M2. So this is how the table is created. we will insert one more row. We just need to create a row first and then insert the data. So this is the basic step which need to be followed in order to create the table. We have again name as PQR, marks suppose 90, and again one more mark, that is 90. So this is how the basic table is created by using table tr/th tag. And yeah, we also have to include the attribute, that is border. But let's see what happen if we not include it, and let's see the output. So you can see here, so this is the h1, which means the heading of the web page, and these are the th tags. So that's why it is appeared to be bold and quite different from that of the data. And also we can see that it does not have border. So in order to include border to our table, we just have to add one more attribute, that is border. And border suppose 1 pixel. So 1 pixel means the thickness. You can have any like 2 pixel, 3 pixel. It will just increase the thickness of the border. The next is solid black. So this is the color. Again, we have freedom to use any color. I will go with solid black. Yeah, we can see here the borders are inserted to the table. Let's increase this value. Suppose 3 pixel. Again, its border thickness will be increased. Yeah. So the next attribute to be discussed is height. We can increase or decrease the height of the table according to the need, and similar to for width. Yeah, so we have the increased height and width. The next attribute to be discussed is cell spacing and cell padding. So before that, we'll have a quick review. So cell spacing, which means space between cells. So the space between these cells is known as cell spacing. So cell spacing is basically space between individual cells. Then we have cell padding, which means the space between table border and content. So the space between table border and the content is cell padding. Next we have row span and col span. Row span and col span are basically used to merge rows and columns, which we will see in the coding part. Yeah. So firstly we will go with cell spacing, cell padding. So we can see here, this is how our table looks like without cell spacing and cell padding. Let's add one more attribute, that is cell spacing. Let's take it as 5. So we can see here the spaces between the cell is increased. This is because of cell spacing. Suppose we take it 10, so again it will be increased. Yeah, so we can see here. So this is how the cell spacing works. Now cell padding. So cell padding means the space between table border and the content. Suppose I take it 10. So you can see here, so the space between the content and the border is increased. So this is the cell padding. Suppose let's take it 20. We can again see the difference. Again the space of the 20 is added. So this is about cell spacing and cell padding. Now we can see that our table looks quite different from this table. So in order to make it similar, we just need to add one more attribute, which is style, which will include border collapse and the value as collapse. So this is the CSS part and it will be taken in some time. So because of this border collapse, we have single border and it looks quite similar to their table. Yeah. So now row span and col span. So we can see here the same subject is repeated again and again, maths, maths, maths. So instead of repeating the same subject, we can merge these 3 rows and assign the value as maths commonly. So we have to merge the 3 rows, that is 1, 2 and 3. So the value of row span will be 3. Let's try in the code. We just need to add here row span and the value is 3 because we have to merge 3 rows, and the redundant line of code will be deleted. So we can see here there is no need to write the same line again and again. Yeah. So these 3 rows are merged and we have assigned a single value. So this is how a row span works. Now we will move toward column span. So we can see here the marks of M1 and M2 for ABC are the same, 8080, and so for PQR 9090. So instead of repeating it, we can merge these two columns, and as we have to merge these two columns, the value of call span will be 2. So let's try in the code. We just need to add one more attribute, that is call span 2, and remove this redundant line of code. Same, we have to repeat it here. And we have not used call span here because these two values are different. So let's check the output. So we can see here these two columns are merged. So basically this is how the row span and call span works, and you can enter any kind of data in the table. For example, let's add link, that is the hyperlink. We just need to add one more row, table data. Again, the table data we have to include call span is equals to 4, and then just a attribute h reference. So here we have to give the path where we want to direct our website. So suppose it will be like http://vlabs.iitb.ac.in and slash. So this is the path, and we just need to add a title. So let's check the output. So we can see here one more row is added with the hyperlink. So when we click upon this, it will get directed to the website. So now let's add one more row and try to add list in it. So again tr, the same steps are to be repeated, tr and then td. Again we have to add a call span in order to merge those 4 columns. It will again include ol, which means order list, and the type. You can take anything, 1 to abc, or let's go with abc. Then next we have li, which means least item. Let's enter the items. Next css, and the last is javascript. So after this, one more row will be added with these content, and it will be ordered list, which will have a b c. So let's see. Yeah, so we can see here one more row is added and the data a b c. So this is basically how the table works, and in order to summarize the whole session, the tables are used to display the data in the rows and columns format, and we have different types of attributes to make it more appealing and efficient. So this was about tables. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I hope you have enjoyed the HTML part of this web development course. Hi, I am Omkar Shashikant Tiekar, going to introduce you with the CSS part. Before going to see what is CSS, first I will give my brief introduction. So let's see that. So I am HTML certified developer from IIT Bombay. I am currently doing my first year IT undergraduation from Pune Vidyarthi Grihas College of Engineering and GK Patewani Institute of Management. I am also currently pursuing VLab audit course from IIT Bombay. I am trained in HTML, CSS and TypeScript part. I am currently learning Python and JavaScript languages. I am also familiar with the GitHub and GitLab tools. So let's see what are the objectives of this PPTs. You should understand what is CSS, and you should also understand what is the role of the CSS in the designing of web pages. So what are the topics I am going to show you in this PPTs? These are, I will first show you 2 analogies. Then second, what is the CSS. Then third one is the role of CSS in web page. Then what you can do with the CSS and syntax of CSS. Before starting the actual slides, I would like to show you one simple web page. This is the HTML part I hope you are familiar with what are the tags and HTML part. So this is simple web page developed by me containing h1 tag, then h3 h3 tag, paragraph element, on order list, table, images, anchor tag, etc. Motto behind this to show you what is the importance of CSS. This line number 7 link the CSS to this HTML. I first comment this to show you the basic HTML output of this web code. So this is the very basic HTML output. So as I uncomment this, means in this time I will include this style.css. This style.css is nothing but a CSS file having just remember one thing, CSS file is having .css extension and it is a link like this. Don't go in much details because you are going to learn in further sessions also. So let's see what is the output of this web page with using CSS. So CSS is mainly for designing web pages interactively. So as you can see, this h1 element came in very center. This web page got background. Then I gave many colors here blue, green, red. This is a anchor tag basically. This is Vlabs website and this is PVG COET's website. So before that, this is having blue type color and having a underline over here before including CSS. This is a random paragraph. So with using CSS we can give styling or coloring to also for a list also. This image got centered and aligned properly. This table is also at the centers having proper margin and padding. I know these are the technical terms, but you are going to familiar with this in very next sessions. This is the input box. So this is the, as I enter some input, then the color is changed. So this is a button having proper background and styling. So these kind of things we can do with the CSS. So motto behind this to show you how the CSS, what's the important part of CSS in the web page. So moving ahead, here is two analogies. First analogy is HTML and skeleton related, human body related analogy. So now you understand. Now you ask what is the similarities between HTML, CSS, and JavaScript with human body. So our body consists of many bones. Means them bones organized in a structure, and this gives the shape of the human body. Similarly, the web for the web pages, HTML gives the structure, bones like structure, that what bones do for human body, exactly HTML do the things for web pages. It gives structure and organize a proper website, but this bones is not having bones is not having as such meaning. Without if you see the human body consists of various parts and having skin color. Also human body consists of hair, its hair color, then its eyebrows, eye color. See this man, this guy is having t-shirt and pant beautifully beautiful colors. It is having also skin color. So what it means? Transformation of this skeleton into a particular guy. This is done by CSS part. I am talking about websites. So with the CSS we can design the structure in a proper way. So this is a presentation. It is just a presentation, means this is a human body, but it cannot work without muscles, without brain, without heart, without kidneys. These are the main body parts of human body. It is particularly nothing but a JavaScript. The whole body controlled by these organs. So similarly in the web pages, whole web page is controlled by JavaScript part. So JavaScript is the main. But for presentation, how it looks, what are the colors, then where should this tag should be placed, what are the height, weight, this kind of things we can do in a CSS. Another analogy is car. Car is having basic structures. Everybody knows here. These are the wheels, steering, then bonnet, engine. We can structure a car. Similarly, in a just like a HTML part. But what should be the color of a car? Then what? Where should a clutch pad? Then gear system should be placed. This kind of things we can do with the CSS. But for the operation of this kind of functionalities, gear system, clutch, etc., this can be done by JavaScript. So I hope you got a basic idea what is CSS and what it play the role when we are designing the web pages. Moving ahead, this is one image. It clearly shows that the three layers. First, we have to structure a website. Means we have to decide the content, what content it possesses. So it can be done by HTML. Basically, you know that what is the paragraph, what is the list, what is the table, then which image we have to include. But for the presentation, where should this content and how it looks for a user, it can be done by using CSS. And how it operates, how it behaves, it can be done by a JavaScript part. So these are the three layers. Moving ahead, actual PPT starts from here. First part, what is CSS? CSS is having a full form of cascading style sheets. It was first proposed by Hakon Weim Lai in 1994, but it was initially released in 1996, and latest version of CSS was released in 2016. This is style sheet language. So what is mean by style sheet language? We have that suppose sheet means web page, and we have to style that web page. So and we can done the things using CSS. So this is a style sheet language, and as I told you before, the CSS file is having extension of .css. Remember that style.css. And I also want to tell you guys, please remember when you are watching any video related to CSS or HTML part, do remember and imagine that website which you visit frequently. Means imagine its interface, imagine its colors, how it looks, how its navigation bar means it contains navigation bar means it consists home button, then logo, then contact us, etc., how it looks. Then footer part, typically it contains the contact us or privacy policies, then then YouTube channel links, etc. Remember that. Then also remember advertising part, how it looks. Advertisement, basically in many websites the advertisements are placed at right side of the web pages, so it will be more beneficial for you when you imagine such kind of things. So next part of our PPT is what is the role of CSS in web page. As you saw in my sample.html part, means that web page, what is the role of CSS play in my web page. First point here is to describe the presentation and structure of web pages. As I know, I told you before that HTML is structured the web pages, but CSS can also, with using CSS you can also structure your web page and describe the presentation, that how it looks. Just like in analogy part, the bones are HTML part and proper that guy is CSS part. Then presentation to different types of devices. So what I mean by presentation to different types of devices, suppose you are developing a website, but you don't know your user is going to see on which device. Means it can be either a big screen, it can be either desktop, then laptop, mobile phone, Apple, iPad, or it can be mobile phone also. So you want to satisfy that user. User won't be able to complain about your website that it is working on PC, but it won't properly work on my mobile screen. Imagine a YouTube website, YouTube user interface. It is properly work on laptop also and properly work on mobile phone also. So this kind of responsive website you can design with the help of CSS. Third point, it will be used with any XML based markup language. As you know, HTML is the best example of markup language. So HTML and CSS well integrate together to get a well designed and developed website. Moving ahead, so what are the things you can do with the CSS? You color the text, then you change the font style. You can add background and background styles. Background styles means you can add background image also. Background, not only background color but background image also. And you play with the images, means how the image looks. Then you gave the image you gave the image border, various types of things. Then this margin, padding, height, width. I will not go in details of these meanings, margin and padding. Typically height and width you know, but margin and padding you will come with these terms in later on. Then you can design a flex boxes, box model and grid layout of the web page. Basically that advertising part, then division, container, you can use with the help of CSS. And responsive website, I told you before, responsive website means okay, here is a right click and press inspect element, so you can adjust your screen resolution. Here is your screen resolution. So when you are developing a website, you also check the output that this is the big screen how it looks on the big screen, then how it looks on a tablet, how it looks on a mobile. So typically with the help of CSS and media queries, etc., you can design also. Means this is the extra advantage of using CSS and CSS and HTML. So what is the syntax of CSS? So let me show you this just see this. Don't think that what is this or what it means. Just see this. This is the CSS file. I link with that HTML file, so it's integrate and work here. But moving on, what is syntax? This first selector in curly braces, property, and then colon and value, semicolon, and curly braces. So what is selector? The tags you declared in HTML part. This is selector. Means paragraph, body tag, body, then list, image, etc., etc. There are many selectors. Input tag. Then these are the selectors. So another one is a property. Property means what you want to, which attribute you want or which styling you want. Means you want a background, then margin, padding, border, color, font style, font family. So what change you want? This is nothing but a property. This colon and value. This value can be anything. A value in some cases this value is in numbers, having different units, pixel, percentage, EM, REM. But in some cases this value can be none, inherit, or auto. You will learn this in later on. Okay, I hope with this you can understand. You will be able to understand at least what is CSS and what role it plays when we are designing web pages. Okay, that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
So hello everyone, my name is Swaraj Nitin Mhatre. I am first year computer engineering student at Pune Vidyarthi Griha's College of Engineering and Technology. I am here to teach you about 3 types to use CSS. So let's start with my introduction. So I am first year computer engineering student at PVG's COET. I am a part of VLab community since Feb 2021. I am HTML certified developer by IIT Bombay. I have programmed in Python and TypeScript. I have also participated in Hackathon 2K21 and Hack the Mountains 2.0. So let us move towards the main topic, that is objective of this session. So our objective is to learn 3 different types or ways to use CSS and to implement them in the HTML document. So topics we will be covering are inline CSS, internal or embedded CSS, and external CSS, which are 3 types of implementing CSS. So first type is inline CSS. Inline CSS contains the CSS property in the body section attached with the element is known as an inline CSS. This kind of style is specified within an HTML tag using the style attribute. So let us move towards our code so I can explain you. So as you can see, I have created a desktop folder types of CSS. So let us first go into the folder and create a new file. So let us call it types of CSS. Change its file type to HTML. So let us open this folder in VS Code. So as you can see, our HTML file is open in our VS Code. So firstly, let us write some basic structure of our HTML code. Let us change the title to types of CSS. So in inline CSS, basically we use styling inside the tag of the element. So let us create a basic tag h1, which will be heading, and let us name it inline CSS. Okay, so let us open this in browser. Okay, so as you can see, our heading as inline CSS. So giving the styling to this, we have to write here style, and in style let us give some properties to it. So it's color, let us set the color to red, and as I open again our HTML page, as you can see the color is changed to red. So this is the basic example of inline CSS. You can give as many properties as you want. So let us change the font family. As you can see, I have changed the font family, and as I refresh it, so as you can see the font has been changed. So in this way you can give as many properties as you want to a particular content, and this was a basic type of inline CSS. Okay, so let us move towards the next topic, which is internal or embedded CSS. This type of CSS can be used when a single HTML document must be styled uniquely. The CSS rule set should be within the HTML file in the head section. That is, CSS is embedded within the HTML file. So let us move toward our VS Code, and so I can show you the internal CSS type. So again, give a heading. So that is called internal CSS, and let us write a paragraph. This is the type of inline CSS. So as we move towards our web page, as you can see, our heading and our paragraph is written there. So basically in internal CSS, what we do is we go to the header section of our HTML page and write there a new tag called style. So in style tag we can give as many properties as we want to a particular section of the page. So basically in style tag we can give as many properties as we want to the any section of the page. So let us type here h1 and give properties to it, like let us again change the color to blue, and let us change the font size. Let us get a custom size here. Okay, 80 px. So as we refresh the HTML page, so you can see the font size is changed and also the color of the. So let us give class to our paragraph tag, like class. We have given the class para to our paragraph, and so we will write here a dot para to indicate the class, and in that class, so let us change the font size or the font style. Let's change to italic, and font size to 30 px. So as you can see here, firstly our paragraph element is small, and as we refresh it, so it is changed to italic, and also its size has been increased. So in this way you can apply internal CSS to any HTML page. So let us talk about our next topic, which is external CSS. So in external CSS, this CSS contains separate CSS file which contains only style property with the help of tag attributes. So I have already learnt about class and IDs. So basically in this type we play with the classes and IDs. So and CSS property written in separate file with .css extension and should be linked to the HTML document using link tag. Let me show you how this works. So let us firstly erase this. So at first let us create a new file with .css extension. Let's name it external.css. So as you can see, a new CSS file has been created and it has appeared in our text editor. So let us link this file in our HTML document with link tag link, and it's related to style sheet. And we link it using the href external.css, and we close the tag. So as you can see, we have linked this file with our HTML document. So let us write something in the body. So let's create a div tag here, and in that div tag let us create two more div tag. In first div tag we'll write external CSS, and let us give it a class as heading, and in next div tag I'll write this is the example of external CSS, and let us give it a ID para, and to the main division we give a class called main. So as you can see, we have created two divs here. So let's go towards our CSS file. So basically what we did in the last example, like internal CSS, we created here a style tag in the header section. So what we do in the external CSS is, instead of style tag, we use an external CSS file which is linked to our HTML document. The other work is same. Like firstly let us open this HTML document in our browser. So as you can see, our HTML document in the browser. So firstly let us call the class heading in the CSS file. So right here heading dot heading, and let us change its font size. Let's do it manually to 80px. So as we refresh the browser window, you can see the change, and let us change the color to blue. So you can see the simultaneous changes happening in the browser page. So let's call the ID para in our CSS file, ID para hash para, and let us change its font size to 30px, and let us change its font style to italic. So as you can see the simultaneous change in our browser window or HTML page. As you can see, there are two div included in a single division, and this division is called by a class main. So let us call this division by the class main and change its background color. So I change its background color to blue violet. So let us save this CSS file, and as I refresh the browser, as you can see the background color has been changed to blue violet. So in this type you can use the external CSS in your HTML pages. So basically the advantage of external CSS is you can use a single CSS file in as many HTML documents as you can. So this was by my side. So thank you very much everyone for attending the session.
Hello everyone, myself Vedant, and I am here to take the CSS part further. And in this session, we are going to learn background properties in CSS. But before moving towards the properties, I would like to give a small intro about myself. So this is me, Vedant, and currently I am studying as a first year computer branch student at PVG College of Engineering and Technology, Pune. I have been a member of Virtual Labs community from past 4 months, and it has been an amazing experience. I am also an HTML certified developer from IIT Bombay and even participated in 2 hackathons for web development in my first year itself. So now moving towards the main objective of this session, how to apply background properties to your website using CSS. Like many websites on Google or any web don't have a default white color background. Many of them have beautiful colors, gradient colors, or even some of them have images in their backgrounds which make their site look more beautiful and attractive. So today in this session I am going to teach you all how to add such colors and images to your background, and it's going to be a very interesting session as after this your website will look pretty good. So let's start. So these are basic 5 background properties in CSS: background color, background image repeat, background size, background image position, and I'll explain you all one by one all these properties. And the one in red over here is the syntax of this respective background properties which you have to write while coding. So now let's start with the first one, which is background color, and I'll go to my VS Code and show you all there. So first I'll create a basic file, HTML file with background.html, and even I'll create one file background.css, a CSS file to write the CSS code. Now what I'll do is I'll just enter a simple heading with center tag, h1 tag, like CSS background properties. Pretty basic, right? I'll also show you output of this basic HTML, only HTML code. So this is pretty expected, a heading with center aligned CSS background properties. Now here the background color of the body is default set as white. I don't want this white color over here. I want the color as red or blue, any color. So what I'll do is I'll come over here in my CSS file. I'll just type here body. As I've shown you in the PPT, the syntax of background color is this: body background color blue. So this body tag is nothing but this body tag which I have used over here to apply, as I want to apply the color to complete body of my web page. So I have written body over here and background color, and if I want I can choose any color from this drop down list, and I'll just save. Now the color must be applied, right? I'll refresh this no color is applied. Why? Because I have given here command that I want background color to be aquamarine, but I have not given for which body, like which HTML page I want to give. I have not linked this CSS file over here, so I need to link. I hope you guys know how to link a CSS file. If not, you can see over here right now. I'm linking it. You have to link it in the same way. Background.css. So yeah, it's done. Now the color must be applied. So see, the color is applied right now. Aquamarine. Now I can choose any color from this drop down which I want. But sometimes what happens, like if I want green over here now, but there are only two shades of green available in the list. What I can do is I'll just hover over this color box. I'll get this box over here when I hover it over here, and what I can do is just drag this circle on whichever shade of green or any other color you want, and the color will be get applied to your background. So I'll show you. So now the green color is applied with different shades. Even other colors you can apply. So now we have learned how to apply a simple basic color to a single color to your complete web page. Now I'll show you how to apply two colors. Like if you want, as we move from left to right, the color should change from, for example, let's take red to yellow. As we move from left to right, the color should change from red to yellow. So how can I do that? I'll just comment out this now, and I'll show you the syntax for this. It's called linear gradient. Okay, linear gradient, this is the syntax for it. I'll type here to right. Why to right? Because I want the color to change as I move from left to right. So I have written over here to right, and the color should change from red and it should go to yellow. I can even change their shades by hovering over here. I'll change them to bit light, and I'll show you guys over here. Just a minute, I made a mistake over here. So yeah, you can see now the color has applied. It is going from red to yellow as I'm moving from left to right. There are many options other, like to left, also to right. So if it will just interchange itself. So now as I move from right to left, the color changes from red to yellow. There are more options to top to bottom also, which you can try after this session. So this was all about background color property, as you can apply a background color to your website and it looks pretty good after that, instead of just keeping it white. So now let's move to our next background property, which is background image. Background image property specifies background image of an element. So it is used to apply image to your background. So what I'll do is I'll comment out this now. I have an image over here in my same folder. What I'll do is syntax for background image is like background image, then URL, and in inverted you just have to type the link of or the path of that image. Now for now the path of that image is like pixels. So this one is the image. I'll show you. I have an image in same folder where my HTML and CSS file is present. So this is the image which I want to apply to my web page background. So I'll save this. What has happened now, I will show you the image again. The image is this one, but I cannot see that image over here. What it has done is it just took this much part of this image. Why? Because as if we compare the dimensions of web page and this image, they are far different from each other. As the image is way bigger from the dimensions of the web page, it just takes this much part for its background, and rest of the image is not displayed. So now to solve this problem, what I'll do is it brings to us to our next property, which is background size. Background size, as the name specifies, it is used to size our background image in the same syntax, background size. So what I'll do is I'll just apply a background size to it, like background size and there are many options over here. You can also give it in pixel. For now I'll give cover. Why cover? Because what does cover do is it just orders the image to cover the complete web page. So see, now the image is aligned perfectly according to the web page dimension. Why? Because we have resized the image to cover the complete web page. This is why the image has correctly appeared over here now. I can even mention the size in pixels, like 300 pixels or more. So now what it will do, it will just repeat itself. I'll explain you what is happening over here. I have changed the size of image to 300 pixel. So the size of image becomes this much, 300 pixel. But in the line number 4, I have given a command that the image should be in the background. So what it does, it just repeats itself to complete the complete web page background by repeating itself as the size has become smaller now. If I increase the size, the repetition will become less, but it will repeat just to complete the cover the complete web page. So to stop this brings to us our next background property. All these background properties are interlinked. Background image repeat. So we can use this image property to either to stop the repetition or even the repeat, or to even repeat the image in a particular direction like x direction or y direction, or even stop the repetition of that image. So what I'll do is background repeat, and I'll set it as no repeat. What it will do, the single image of the size I mentioned as 500 pixels by 500 pixel, a single image has appeared over here. Now I can change the size as whatever I want, like 800 pixels. Size will change to 800 pixels, and if I want it to cover the complete web page, and it should set complete web page perfectly. So see, it has again covered complete web page. So in this way you can just apply background properties to the images and even change the size of image, like if you want only this image, only this much size of image, or you want it to cover complete web page. So if you see, I'll just show you one thing now. If I change the size to 500 pixel, by default it gets arranged aligned over this left top corner. Now what if I want this image to get aligned at the center or even at the right? Brings to us to our last background property, which is background image position. As even this name specifies that it is used to align the background image position. We can align it as center or even left or right. This is a syntax, and I will show it over here also. So background position, and if I aligned it as center now, it will move towards center. Okay, now if I aligned it to right, it will move towards right. And even if I remove this property now, no repeat, what it will do, it will again repeat complete web page, but it will start the repetition from here. Now if I want the image to repeat only in vertical direction, only in y direction, or only in x direction, first I will show in x direction. So what I will do is, instead of no repeat option, I'll choose repeat x option. So repeat x means it orders the image to repeat itself only in x direction, so it will repeat the image in x direction. Now if I choose here repeat y, what it will do is it will just repeat itself in y direction. Why this is aligned towards right? Because here I have given the order that it should be aligned towards right. If I aligned it to center, what it will do is it will align itself to center. Okay, so this was all about background properties, and now we'll just summarize itself, all the properties. So the first property we learned was background color, which is used to apply background color to your web page, and the syntax of it is background color. And even I taught you one more feature of this background color here, that is linear gradient. You can, if you want, you can take a screenshot of this, as you can apply it in your web page later. And the next property we saw was background image. So background image was to give an image to your background, and we also saw different type of background size. You can size the background repeat. You can stop the repetition or either even repeat. You can also repeat. You can this use this repeat property also to make the image to repeat again if it's not repeating. So and the background position to align the image to as of you want, wherever you want. Now if I'll show you one thing more. If I apply no repeat over here, it will get aligned to center. What if I done over here left? So it gets aligned over here. Now if you want this image to align over here or somewhere over here, which you will learn in next session where you will taught that padding and margin kind of things, then you can align this image on wherever you want on the web page, on whichever side or in the center over here, wherever you want. So this was all from my side. This was all the basic and only this much properties you need to know all about background in CSS. So this was all from my side. Thanks a lot.
Hello everyone, my name is Shivani Namgod and I will be your mentor for this session. I will be teaching you the basics of font styling. So let me start by introducing myself. I am from the computer branch. I am in my first year. I am Vlabs member since 26 February 2021. I am certified for HTML from IIT Bombay. I have completed my C++ bootcamp. I have also participated in 2 web development hackathons. So moving forward, I will be teaching you the properties of font styling, which will include first the font weight, second comes the font size, third is the font family, fourth is the font style, and the fifth one is color. So let us see what basically these do. First one is the font weight, which will specify the weight of the font. This is of 2 types. First is the bolder font weight and the second one is the lighter font weight. Second comes the font size. This will specify the size of the font. You can increase or decrease the size of the font according to your convenience. Third is the font family, which will specify the font family for your font. Fourth comes the font style. This will specify the style of your font. This is of 3 types. First one is the normal, second one is italic, and the third one is oblique. Fifth comes the color, which will specify the color for your font. So these will be the basic syntax for styling font properties in any div. So moving forward to the VS Code, I have made 2 files here. First one is font.html and the second one is font.css. I have linked the CSS file in the HTML file. So I will be starting by making a div. I will give this a class of f1. I will be writing a simple sentence here. So before moving forward, I will show you how this appears to be. So this is how the sentence appears before it's styled. So now I will be styling this sentence in the CSS file. First I will align this in the center. Then I will be giving this a font weight, which is bolder. So as you can see, the text appears to be in the bolder font now. Similarly, I'll make one more div. I'll give this a class of f2.
and I'll be styling this in the CSS file. First I'll align this in the center and give this a font weight which is lighter. So as you can see, the second sentence appears to me in the lighter font weight. So next comes the font size. So for the first sentence, I'll be giving a font size which is extra large, and for the second sentence, I'll be giving a font size which is small. So as you can see, the first sentence is in the larger font size, whereas the second sentence is in the smaller font size. So next comes the font family. So you can choose any font family according to your choice. For the first one, I have chose the cursive font family, and for the second one, I'll be choosing. For the second one, I have chosen a different font family. So now let's see how it works. So as you can see, the font family for both the sentences have changed. So this is what basically font family does. So the fourth one is font style. For that, I'll be making one more div here. I'll be giving this a class of F3. As I told, this is of three types, that is the normal one, second is the italic, and the third one is the oblique. So I'll be styling accordingly. For the first one, font style will be normal. For the second one, it will be italic, and now the third one. First I'll align this in the center, and I'll give this a font size which is larger, and then I'll be giving this a font style which is oblique. So as you can see, the first one is in the normal font style, second one is in the italic font style, and the third one appears to be in the oblique font style. So this is what basically font style does. So the last one is color. So what basically color does is it changes the color of any sentence. For the first one, I'll be giving red. For the second one, I'll give blue. And for the third one, I'll be giving crimson color. You can choose any color according to your wish. So for the first one, I have given red. You can see it appears to be in the red color. For the second one, I have given blue color. So it appears to be in the blue color. And for the third one, I have given crimson color. So the third sentence appears to be in the crimson color. So this is what basically font properties do. Thank you for listening to me patiently.
Hello guys, myself Shivendra Atul Deshpande. In this session, I am going to teach you about box model, which mainly contains padding, margin and border. Firstly, I will introduce myself. I am a first year computer engineering student at Pune Vidyarthigraha's College of Engineering and Technology. I am a member of Vlabs community from last 4 to 5 months. I have received HTML certificate from IIT Bombay. I have completed artificial intelligence and machine learning courses which were conducted by ECL IIT Guwahati, as well as I have participated in 2 hackathons for web development. Let's move further. Now you all are aware of basic CSS. Here we are going to see about box modeling. From the name box model, you can feel that box model is used when talking about design and layout. Box model is essentially a box that wraps around every HTML element. Here are the main topics which I am going to cover. Let's see one by one. First is content. Content is the image or a text which appears in the box on web page. Second is the border. I think you all know about border. Basically, border is a line that divides two different contents or areas. Next is the padding. Padding is the empty space between border and main content. And the last one is margin. Margin is the empty area outside the border. The following image will give basic idea about box modeling. Now guys, let us see about syntax for box model. Let's see in code now. I will switch to Visual Studio Code and I will create 2 files. One is box.html where we will write all the HTML code. I will write first HTML code and I will give title as box model. And in body I will create one div where I will write all the information and I will give a paragraph, and in this paragraph I will write text. You can write anything you want to. I will save this file and I will create another CSS file for styling this and creating our box model. Here I will give style to our paragraph so you can clearly see. So I will give font size extra large, and now we'll move towards our box model. For a div I will first give width equals to 450 pixels. Firstly we will see how it looks. First of all I have to link this CSS. So here here box.css and I will open with live server. Here is no, you can see here is no box model, so we'll see. Now I will give first padding equals to 200 pixels, and let's see. Here you can see here. Now I will give border so you can clearly see padding. Border of 5 pixels, solid black, so you can clearly see. And I'll switch to a, see here, this distance of 200 pixels each side is known as padding. So let's see about margin. So I will give margin of 100 pixels, and let's see. So this distance outside border is margin. If you want to give any specific margin or padding, you can give it also. I mean, specific means any side, like border margin top. If I want to give margin top equals to 400 pixels, you can give it also. So here you can see margin is changed from top side. You can see all these things in this image also. Okay, now let's see. You can give this unit as pixels, percentage, if you percentage, inches, anything. And you can see our box model in our web page also. If you inspect our web page, here you can see our box model also. So you can inspect and check your box model like this. Hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial, and I'll stop here. Thank you.
Hello guys, my name is Tanmay Bhosle, and now we are going to learn about Flexbox. So little introduction about me. I am a second year computer science student. I am a member of Vlabs. I have completed my audit course in 2020. I am also a mentor at Vlabs, and I have been certified by IIT Bombay for HTML and C++. So what are our objectives? We'll try to learn what is Flexbox, how it is used, and how we can incorporate it in our own projects. We'll try to make our web pages more responsive and dynamic. So let's get into the code. So over here I have some basic setup done. So basically I have a root div, and inside that div I have 3 divs labeled box 1, box 2 and box 3. It has some dummy paragraph along with it. And I have given a class of container to the root div, and class of box and specific boxes to the each div. So over here in the basic CSS, what I have is I have set up some background colors for the divs, so we can easily identify what are the different divs. So let's see how this looks. So yeah, now we have all the divs one below another, right? So this has div box 1, box 2, box 3. These are all one below another, right? So what if you want to change the layout and you want the divs or containers or box to be aligned next to each other, right? So what you can do is you can simply set a property. You can give it a display to be flex, right? With a simple property, everything changes, right? So all the boxes are arranged next to each other. So the upcoming box or the next element is arranged to the right of the, or placed to the right of the previous div. Okay, so I'll just comment this out and I'll show you the difference. So let's add another div. Here is a 4th div with some basic dummy text and a title. So we'll see how this looks. So now the box 4 is added at the bottom of the box 3. So whenever in HTML you are appending any new elements, they are appended below the previous element, right? So this is the basic style of HTML. So if you want to change that, you can give it a flex, display flex, and now when you have a look at it, the box 4 is arranged to the right of the previous box. So this is how you can change the basic or default property of HTML. We'll just comment this out. Now in the flex we have different properties. We have a flex direction, and we'll set it to column right now, and let's see if there are any changes. No, there are no changes. That is because if you specify or if you do not specify flex direction to be row, it is automatically assumed to be row, right? So now what is happening is our flex direction is row, right? From left to, so the boxes or the elements are arranged from left to right. Okay. Similarly, you have another property called flex direction to be column. So now what is happening is all the elements are displayed from top to bottom. Okay, so this is the default way that HTML behaves. So yeah, you can change this, and now I will set it back to row. And before moving any further, I like to talk about the axis, right? So in HTML there are two axes, main axis and a cross axis. Okay, so whenever you are setting the flex direction to be row, right, you're automatically setting the main axis to be the horizontal axis, and automatically the cross axis becomes your y axis. Okay, so whenever row, the main axis is x axis or the horizontal axis, and the cross axis is the vertical axis. Similarly, whenever you are setting the flex direction to be column, you are setting the main axis to be the y axis and the cross axis to be your horizontal axis. Now we will talk about why we require axis, right? So let's go to our web page, and now I'll just give these boxes some basic widths. Let's say 100 pixels. Okay, yeah. So now all these boxes are arranged next to each other, like we want, but we do not want them to be aligned at the leftmost corner, right? What if you want them to be aligned at the center? We can do that. So how can you do that is, whenever you are specifying the direction to be row, you have main axis as the horizontal axis and the cross axis as your y axis. So whenever you have to arrange your elements along the main axis, you use a property called justify content. Okay, so let's give it center. So main axis justify content, and cross axis align items. We'll come to align items later. So now if we have a look, all our elements, all our divs are arranged at the center of the page, right? So this is very powerful. Similarly, you have other, so the default value is flex start. So yeah, this is the default behavior. So you have flex, you can give it center, or you can give it, you can also give it flex end. So now everything is at the end of the flex, right? So for a row, the flex starts from left and ends to the right. So whenever you are saying the flex start, it will be aligned to the left, and whenever flex end, it will be aligned to the left. Similarly, you can do this for columns. Okay, so let's change it to column and change this to flex start. Yeah, so now you have all the items arranged one below another, and it is to the start of the flex, that is to the top, right? So what we can do is, we can give a little bit of height. Yeah, so now all the items are arranged to the start of the flex, that is to the top of the page. So what if you want them to be aligned at the center? So similarly, you can give your, you can come here and you can change the property to center, and now everything is aligned to the center. Okay, so similarly, you have flex start, center, and flex end to column as well. Yeah, so these are the basic alignments, how you can change the alignment of the main axis. Now let's change this back to row and change this to, let's say, center, and let's see the changes. Now it is aligned to the center, right? But what we want is, right now we want all this to be at the dead center of the web page. So now we can control the alignment of the main axis. Right now we have the row as our main axis, so horizontal axis we can control completely, right? So what if we want to control the alignment of the cross axis? What we can do is, we can go and we can specify another property called align items. Align items, and there are very similar properties. These are similar to justify content, and we can align the items to center. Okay, yeah, so now all the items are aligned to the center, right? So similarly, we have other properties like flex start, flex end, flex end. Let's see. So now it is aligned at the bottom. So what it is doing is, so the main axis is the horizontal axis. It is aligning the elements to the center of the horizontal axis, and to the cross axis, that is align items, it is aligning to the end of the flex, right? So at the bottom. So this is how you can use align items and justify content. Let's comment this out right now. We'll come back to this again. Yeah. So now all our items are together, right? We don't want that. Sometimes we want the items to be separate away from each other. So what we can do is, again, instead of specifying the justify content to be flex, start or center, something like that, what we can do is we can use space between. So now all these elements are placed one after another, but there is a little bit of space in between them, right? So that they are not sticking to each other. So this becomes very useful when you want to spread out an element throughout the web page. So there are some other properties. This is space between. You have space evenly. So now what it is doing is it is providing space in between the element as well as before and after the elements, right? So this is also very useful. So now let's say you have the web page and you want the width of the boxes to be dynamic, right? Now we are specifying it to be 100 pixels, but what if you want the width to be dynamic? You can also do that. You can specify, you can go to each box. We'll just comment this out first. You can go to each box and you can specify a property called flex. You can let's give it a flex of 1 right now. Okay, now let's see. Now all the boxes are aligning the width as we want, right? So they are occupying equal width. Now what if you want a particular box to be wider than the other boxes? You can again do that. So let's say I want the box 2 to be wider than the other boxes. So what I can do is I can specify the flex to be, let's say, 4 something. So now the box at the center is wider than the other boxes. So how this is working is all the available space is divided and the box 2 is given 4 fractions of it and other boxes are just given 1 fractions, right? So the box at the center is wider than the other boxes. So this box is wider than these 2 boxes. So similarly you can do this for columns as well. So now box 1 is a little small than box 2 and box 2 is the widest of all, right? So you can dynamically change. You don't have to specify pixels or any other measurements. You can dynamically change the width. Okay, let's go back to row, sorry. And now let's talk about the power of Flexbox. So now let's say you are viewing this web page on a smaller device. So what Flexbox will do is whenever you are viewing this on a smaller device, it will automatically shrink the sizes, right? So I'll just remove the flex 4 to be 1 again. So whenever you are viewing this web page on a smaller device, it will automatically adjust the sizes, right? You don't manually have to do this. So whenever you are shrinking it, it will automatically fit everything in the required way, right? So it does not overlap or it does not run out of your space. So yeah, so this is the power of Flexbox and you can use this to dynamically size your content. So that's on my part. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Tanvi Varkunde and I am a second year computer engineering student. I am a mentor at Vlabs Digitizers. So now we are going to see a mini project using the concepts of HTML and CSS which was studied previously. About myself, I have successfully completed audit course of Virtual Labs. I am a member of Virtual Labs Digitizers Forum and I have been certified by IIT Bombay for HTML Advanced CPP and Python 3.43. The objectives are dealing with various concepts in HTML and CSS and applying the same for making various websites. So let's start with our project.
I have opened my Visual Studio and in a folder I have created the HTML file. I have named as index.html. So now we will write the header part. I am creating a menu card for a cafe. So I will writing the title as menu. Now we have to add some styling to the body. So I have created a styles folder in the same folder, and in that I will be creating a CSS file style.css. Yeah. So for the border design, I will be adding some width, some height, and some box sizing, and the background color. And just save it, and the most important thing is the link to our CSS file. So I will be linking it with the HTML. Make sure that you get the correct folder and path, and close all the tags, or else it will give an error. So I'll just open so it has got the color. Coming back to the Visual Studio, I'll be adding some div from the body, name it as display. We'll also add some styling part to the display. Adding some width, make sure that you have semicolons at the end of each line, adding some margin to the top, and the background. We'll be adding some linear gradient from the top left, two colors I will be adding, so this somewhat like blue and yellow. Perfect. And also the height. And semicolon. Save it and just reload it. And we don't have any content right over here, so you won't be able to see. Again, I will add another div. So the container and the heading. And last is list. You can name the class you want. Moving on, I'll be styling the div path in this style of CSS. So starting with the heading div, I'll give some width to it, let it be 100%. Next is the height, about 65 px. The background color, and display, justify the content, if you aren't aware about some attributes in CSS, you can just search it on net. Yeah. Next, we would give some styling to the container heading. Again, the width 35%, margin can be auto, font weight, let it be bold, and size 40px with the OK. So I will be adding some more styling to it. So this is the styling for container heading. You just see it works. Yeah. So some design can be seen here. So moving towards the main thing. For the heading, I will add some image, and the source is the path for images. So I have created an images folder over here, and I have a logo image in here. I'll add some width over here and some height. For some space, I will add the ESP, the name cafe as coffee time cafe. Okay. So let's check out. How does it look? Yeah. So this is how it looks. The title. Next, in the display picture itself, we will add another div, name the main body, where we will write the content. For this, we will also add some styling over here. Main body, what is the name of class. I will add some width similarly as the above, and some more style. So this is the styling part. I've added some background color to it and some adding a margin to it. Save this. Great. So this is the background. Let's add some content to it and giving heading, we'll use the list studio, the list items, so this is how it looks. Some more things to it. I'll just copy paste from here. We'll add some shapes. Yeah. Just reload the page and this is how it looks. So I've added some more items to it and now we'll have a new folder, contact.html. We would link it over here using the anchor tag. href would give the address of the page. We also add target attribute so that it would open in the new web page. Let's check it out, how it works. Yes, so we have the contact us page. Now we will add the footer. Let's see how it looks. Yes. Moving forward, we'll have the contacts page. So in contact.html, all things are similar. Now we will be adding a form. So form, action, the details as page, PHP. Next we'll add the label to it. we will give the attributes like the first name of the user, and of course the input, which would be of the type text. I will give some ID to it. It will be name, first name, and the placeholder. Next, I'll be adding some style to it. So as it is the text, I'll be giving it as input type text. Width I will be giving as 100%. Some padding to it. Margin. Some border to it, which would be 1px solid, and of course the color, the border radius, it would be around 4px, and the box sizing, let's save it and see how it looks. If you click on this, we would be heading to a new page, and we can see the content.html and your first name. Yes. So I'll just add some stuff over here, like the status heading. Yes. Now similarly, we would create some more labels over here. We'll just copy paste it. So let it be the last name. Make sure you change the ID. And the placeholders, otherwise it would create a confusion. Next, we have the city, here we will be using the drop down list. then we will have the option tag. You can give option over here, and the value attribute will be giving name. Let's copy paste for some more options over here. So I will give Mumbai. Now just make sure how it looks. So this is it, how it looks. This is the drop down menu. You can select it from here. Next we will add one more label for the query part. Query. And type your query. Here would be the placeholder. We'll just see how it looks. Yeah. So next is the submit button. So we will have the input type as button and the value as submit. So we can see here the submit button has been added to your page. You can add some styling if required to the submit button. We have the footer over here. We can have some comments over here, like the body styling, so that it would be easier to notify or get to know about which styling does it show. This is for the container heading. So you can add more comments to it as required. So this is our page. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Aniket Gaudgol and I'll be introducing you to Bootstrap. Yeah, so this is a short introduction about myself. I am a student of Pune Vidyarthigriha's College of Engineering and Technology. I am from first year and from Computer Engineering branch. I have also been a part of Vlabs audit course since February 2021. I have been certified by IIT Bombay for HTML. I have also won the first prize at Hackathon 2K21 conducted by ECEL IIIT Pune for web development. Now let's look at the objectives of this session. The first objective is Introduction to Bootstrap. Second is Advantages of using Bootstrap. Third is Getting started with Bootstrap. So now let's start with the introduction to Bootstrap. What is Bootstrap? Bootstrap is the most popular HTML, CSS and JavaScript framework for developing a responsive and mobile-friendly website. It is absolutely free to download and use. Bootstrap has a giant collection of handy, reusable bits of code in HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Essentially, Bootstrap saves you from writing lots of CSS code, giving you more time to spend on designing web pages.
So what this exactly means, you will get a more clear idea once we start using Bootstrap. Now let's look at some of the advantages of using Bootstrap. Why to use Bootstrap? There are many advantages of using Bootstrap, but I have listed out the main 4 advantages over here. So the first main advantage of using Bootstrap is it saves a lot of time. So one can just copy and paste the code to get a basic template or a basic code ready. Another advantage is it is quite easy to use. So anyone having a basic knowledge of HTML and CSS can use Bootstrap. Another main advantage of using Bootstrap is its responsive content. A website is called responsive website, which can automatically adjust itself to look good on all devices, from smartphones to desktops. So what this exactly means, I will show you once we start the actual demonstration of getting started with Bootstrap. Another advantage of using Bootstrap is its compatibility. So it's compatible with most of the modern browsers like Chrome, Firefox, Internet Explorer, etc. So now let's get started with using Bootstrap. How to use Bootstrap? So I'll be explaining you this in 6 steps. I'll be doing the practical demonstration of it, so you can follow up with me. So the first step is type the URL https getbootstrap.com or search getbootstrap on your web browser. So let's do it. Let's copy this link and I'll just paste it inside my Chrome browser. So this link takes you to the Bootstrap website where you can see this is the landing page of their site, and you can glance through the basic information provided here to get a basic idea of what this website is all about. And now the second step is to click on this button that is get started. So once you click on it, it will redirect you to the docs page over here, in which there is a getting started section. So to use Bootstrap and its content, you will need to include 2 links. The first link is the CSS link, which is provided over here, and the second is JavaScript link, which are 2 separate links. So you can just copy these links and add it to your HTML document, but for beginners I would suggest you to go with the starter template over here. So you can just scroll down and see this starter template section. You can just copy this code and paste it inside your HTML document. So I have opened it in my VS Code and just paste it. So yeah, as you can see, this is just the basic template or the basic HTML boilerplate. And yeah, there are 2 links over here. The first one is the Bootstrap CSS link and other is the JavaScript. So one thing to mention is that the Bootstrap CSS link should always be present inside the head tag, opening and closing of the head tag. So yeah, and the other, that is the JavaScript link, should always be present near to the close of the body tag. And whatever code you copy and paste or you write your own code should always be above the JavaScript links over here. So they have provided us 2 options for JavaScript link. Choose any one of them, but I would recommend to use the 2 separate links over here, which are provided here as option 2. So you can just select this and hit Ctrl plus question mark button. It will uncomment your link, and you can just delete the first link. It's basically just to avoid any error further. So having 2 separate links is always better. So yeah, once you save this, you can just right click and click on open with live server. This will open up your website in your browser. As of now, there is no Bootstrap content to show on this page, but for demonstration purpose, I will be showing one Bootstrap content. So let's go to the Bootstrap website. So yeah, all the components and details about it will be explained in the further sessions. But for demonstration, I will just explain the first component, that is the navbar. So what is a navbar? As you can see, this bar over here is called as a navbar. So this bar is just basically giving you links to various pages on that website. So as you can see, if I click on home page, it redirected me to the home page. If I click on docs, it will redirect me to the docs page, and also provide some other links like links to social media handles, a download button, and yeah, many other shortcuts over here. So this is basically called a navbar. So if you want to make a navbar by using CSS and HTML, you will need to like write hundreds of lines of code and do a lot of CSS styling to make such a beautiful and functional navbar. So it will take a lot of time. But Bootstrap provides you with a pre-made navbar. To use it, you will need to add its code in your HTML document. So to search navbar, you can just type navbar over here and hit enter. This will take you to the navbar section. As you scroll down, you will see a pre-made navbar over here. So if you want to use this pre-made navbar in your website, you will just need to copy this code and paste it inside your HTML document above the JavaScript links and inside the body tag. So I just paste this code over here. I'll just hit save, and yeah, as you can see, the navbar has appeared over here. So this now navbar is functional also, as you can see. So yeah, this is how you can add various components from Bootstrap to your web page. It's quite easy and saves a lot of time. Now let me demonstrate you what is a responsive website or responsive content. As you can see, you are viewing this website through my laptop screen. And just what happens if I just view this website in my mobile? As you know, the screen size of the mobile is quite small. So how will the website look in it? To check that, you can just right click on the web browser and just select inspect button. So yeah, as you can see, this is my laptop screen view, and if I just shrink the size by just reducing the size of the screen by holding the bar over here. So yeah, this is my mobile screen view, and this was my laptop screen view. So as you can see, the content over here is now inside the toggler button when I view through my mobile. So basically, responsiveness means the components or the contents of the website are able to adapt themselves according to the size of the screen. So yeah, you can see this. So basically, most of the components on Bootstrap are responsive, and yeah, it saves a lot of time. If you want to make custom components which are responsive, you will need to like write so much of code, but Bootstrap provides you pre-made components which are responsive. So these are the two major advantages of using Bootstrap. That is, it saves a lot of time and the content is quite responsive. So I hope you understand what is Bootstrap, introduction to Bootstrap, advantages of using Bootstrap, and getting started with Bootstrap. So yeah, that was it from my side. In further sessions, you will be explained in detail about Bootstrap and its components as well. So yeah, thank you.
Hello guys, I am Sham Lokhande and now we are going to learn about Bootstrap layout. So this is my introduction. I am first year computer branch student at Pune Vidyarthi College of Engineering and Technology Pune. Also, I am member of Virtual Lab community from last 4 months. Also certified HTML developer from IIT Bombay. I have participated in 2 hackathons for web development and also have programmed in Python and C languages. Our main objectives while learning Bootstrap layout are breakpoints, containers, grids. Just demonstrate it Breakpoints, we can use them to control when your layout can be adopted at a particular viewport or device size. Containers, containers are used to contain pad and sometimes center the content within them. Grid, we can use Flexbox grid in Bootstrap to build layouts of all shapes and sizes with a 12-column system. We will see this. So first we will go to the web browser and go to the Bootstrap website. Inside documents, we will go to the layouts and breakpoints. So here we are guys on the breakpoints. Breakpoints are the customizable widths that demonstrates how your responsive layout behaves across device or viewport sizes in Bootstrap. Breakpoints are the building blocks of responsive design. Responsive design means we can give different styles for different sizes of screens. Examples are mobile, tab, laptop, and TV. This is the table that demonstrates all sizes in Bootstrap. First, extra small, small, medium, large, extra large, and extra extra large. Their dimensions are also given here. For extra small size, it is less than 576 pixels. For small size, it is greater than 576 pixels but less than 768 pixels. For medium size, it is greater than 768 pixels but less than 992 pixels. For large size, 992 pixels but less than 1200 pixels. Similarly, extra large 1200 pixels and extra extra large 1400 pixels. So just go through this table. We are going to learn and apply these breakpoints in our practical session of containers where I will show you how to apply it. So let's go to the containers. So here we are on the containers. Containers are fundamental building blocks of Bootstrap that contain, pad, and align your content within a given device or viewport. However, containers are the most basic layout element in Bootstrap and are required when using our default grid system. Containers are used to contain, pad, and sometimes center the content within them. While containers can be nested, most layouts do not require any nested container. Just go this table. This table demonstrates that breakpoints that we have seen in the previous points. So just go through this table. Here are also the breakpoints for the class container are given. The default class container contains the extra small size. For container small, it is small size, medium size, large size, extra large size, extra extra large size, as well as fluid size. I will explain all this size. You can also explore all this size by going through this documentation. First, extra small size, that is less than 576 pixels. Small size, greater than 576 pixels but less than 768 pixels. For medium size, it is greater than 768 pixels but less than 992 pixels, and so on for extra extra large size. So here are 100% width is given. So for container small, the maximum width is up to 576 pixels. For every dimension less than 576 pixels, it will be 100% width of the screen. It will take the container. Okay. Similarly, for medium size, the largest size is 768 pixels. So for every dimension less than 768 pixels, it will take the 100% size whatever the screen is. Okay. Similarly goes for the extra large, large, extra extra large, and fluid. Fluid is an exceptional case. For fluid, it will be 100% screen size width of the container for any size of the screen. I will show it. So let's go to the VS Code. So here we are in the VS Code. Let's make an HTML file named bootstrap.html. Inside that we will start with our starter template and let's give it title as bootstrap container. Let's come to the bootstrap website and link here the CSS part as well as our JavaScript links. Just go to the getting started inside introduction. So just copy this CSS link from here and paste it inside the head tag. Now this is done for the JavaScript. There are two links for the JavaScript. You can choose any one of them. I will go with the separate one and paste it inside the body tag. Just save the file. So now let's go to the Bootstrap website. I will copy just first line from here. I will show you what is the case for this size in the Bootstrap. You can explore all these sizes, but I will show all the characteristics for one size. So let's just paste it inside the body tag. Give it an background color, visit danger. I will give it as danger color. It is the color in Bootstrap. You can go through the documentation for colors in Bootstrap. All the given documentation you read, you will understand all the things very easily. So let's go. Let's run this code on the Chrome. For the inspection purpose, just right click on the browser and go to inspect. Here are the sizes menu where you can control the sizes of the tab. Yes, as I increase the tab size, it becomes small. So when the size becomes smaller than 576 pixels, it will be 100% width of the screen of that container. For every size less than 576 pixels, it will be 100% width. But as I increases its size greater than 576 pixels, it will take a smaller size of the container. That's the characteristic and the responsiveness for this size in Bootstrap. You can go for all the sizes and explore your knowledge for all the sizes. So that's it about the containers. You can go to Bootstrap website and explore all these sizes. Just go to the fluid containers once. Just copy this code and paste it inside the VS Code. Inside this I will paste that code for fluid and write it. This is the Bootstrap container tutorial. Okay, just save it and give it a background color so that you can recognize it. Just give it dark and text color as white. Save it, go to that Chrome file and refresh it. Boom, you can see it. And you can inspect it also. As for any size, its width is full of screen, that is 100% screen size. So that is the fluid container inside Bootstrap. You can use it for any screen size. It will be convenient for us. So let's get back to the Bootstrap website and explore about the grid system. That is our next point. Okay, so let's go. So here we are on the grid system. Use of powerful mobile first Flexbox grid to build layouts of all shapes and sizes thanks to a 12 column system. 12 column system. I will explain this term while exploring through the VS Code. And 6 default responsive tiers. These 6 default responsive tiers are nothing but the sizes in Bootstrap. Okay, so let's go here and pick up any style here. I will pick up this, just copy this code, go to VS Code, go to files and make a new file, that is bootstrap 1.html. Just save it and just remove the Chrome where we have played the previous file so that we can run this file instead of that. Just make it here a starter template, give title as bootstrap grid. And I will paste the links from the previous file. So paste the style sheet link in the head tag and the JavaScript link in the body tag. So we are done with the links. Just save the file and go to Bootstrap. Just copy this code again as we have that copied links. So just we should paste it inside the body tag, and for inside this container we are going to organize a row, and inside this row we are making 2 columns for first row, and for second row we are making 3 columns. Okay, so let's give them different background colors so that we can identify them easily. I will give this as info. These are the colors. As I said, for I will secondary, give it a peach color as success. You can give any warning. Okay, just save this and run this again. So see, here are the grid system. So what is grid system? It is nothing but a container that is divided between different parts. So here is the first container. This is the first container that is divided into 2 parts. This is first part and this is second part. And this second container is divided into 3 parts. First, second, third. So I will show the meaning of that 12 column system in Bootstrap. So every container in grid system in Bootstrap is divided into 12 parts. So if we give here, this is just consider this is one container. So we can divide these two parts in 12 parts, such as I will give it as 4 and this as 8. So the size of this division column will be 2 times that of this column. You want to see? Let's go to this file and refresh it. See, this becomes doubles the size of the first one. We can explore from second container also. Just make it as 8, 2 and 2. So what will be the sizes? Just imagine, I will show you. Just refresh this page. So this become 8 times, these are 2 times, these are 2 times. So this is overall the grade system in Bootstrap. You can also go to the website and check it out other styles of grid systems also. I have given a basic idea about the grid system. So you can explore through all these designs, all styles, and also through the 12 column system in Bootstrap. I also have explained it. Thank you for listening me patiently. I hope I could explain you these 3 points, breakpoints, containers and grids. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I'm Ronak More and today I'll be your mentor for Bootstrap Session 2. Something about me, I'm a FE Com student at PVG Coed and I've been a member of the VLab committee since the last approximately 4 months. Also, I'm a certified HTML developer from IIT Bombay and I've also programmed in various other languages like Python, C and C++. Till now, I've also participated in 2 hackathons. So let's go over with the objectives. By the end of this session, you will learn about tables in Bootstrap and images in Bootstrap. Okay, so the topics that we will cover will be tables and various attributes. Attributes like height, width, color and the different types. Same goes for images and the various attributes. So let's get started on tables. So where do you find tables? Well, you go to the Bootstrap website. In that you go to documents, content and tables. Okay, so one might ask, what makes Bootstrap tables so special? Well, let's compare. So let's go to the test that I've made here, and this is just a normal table that I've made and I've linked Bootstrap to it, but this is just a normal table and I haven't added any Bootstrap to it. So let's see how this looks. Yeah, it doesn't look that good, does it? Okay, so let's try and add Bootstrap to it and see what happens. Okay, so adding Bootstrap is quite simple. You just add the class table to it, and that's it. So now let's see how it looks. Wow, much better, right? Well, okay. Oh yeah, so it looks good, but is that all? Well, as you might have already guessed, it's not. So let's go to the Bootstrap website now. So over here, as I said, you can go to documents, content and tables. So let's go to overview. This is the table that I just showed you right now. What you can do more is you can add various color schemes to your tables. So adding color scheme is quite simple. So first of all, we'll just look at the names of the color schemes so you can understand them. Adding them is quite simple. You just go to table and you add this table hyphen and the class, the color scheme that you want. So let's say I want a dark theme. So it's quite simple. I'll go to my VS Code. Here we have table, class table, and in front of it we'll add our theme. So table dark. Save, run. And so as you can see, that same table now looks even better. Okay, you can add the others also. So let's try info, save, run, and there you go. Okay, so what more? Well, you can even add these themes to separate rows or even cells. The way that you do that is just simply add then again that theme to the individual row or cell. So let's try and add that to maybe this row. So first of all, we have the table info over here. Now I can just add another table over here. So class table hyphen, maybe I wanted a dark scheme, so I have a dark over here, and run. So now as you can see, the rest of the table is in the info color scheme, and this one row is in the dark color scheme. So you can see this was the row that I added dark color scheme to, and you can even customize the individual cells. So let's again try that. So class table hyphen the color scheme. So let's try primary. Save, refresh, and you can see the table is in info, this row is in dark, and this one cell is in the primary color scheme. Okay, easy, good. So now let's look what else it has. One more feature that you can add is accented tables. What are accented tables? So as you can see over here, adding them highlights alternate rows. So this one is just a regular table with a stripped accent, sorry, tag. One cool thing about this is that you can even add it to various color schemes. So this is the table stripped attribute added to a dark table, and this is again the table stripped attribute added to a table success attribute. So let's try that over here. Okay, so let's go ahead with the table info itself. To add that, it's just table hyphen stripped, save, and run. So as you can see, we'll just do a side-by-side comparison. Okay, so this is the one with the stripped attribute added to it, and now we'll just remove it, save it. So just take a look at it again, and we'll reload it. So yeah, you can see the difference, right? The first and the third row have been changed drastically. Yeah, so that's about the table stripped. Yeah, and one more thing that you should know is that you can even add this to the other attributes as well. So it's compatible with this cells, styling, the variants, color scheme, etc. Okay, so now let's look at one more feature, and that will be hover tables. So the table hover is something that you give to the table it's only, and not to other cells or rows. Same goes with the table stripped attribute. So what it does is basically it follows your cursor and highlights the row that you have that your cursor is on. So let's try that. So again, this table hover attribute is compatible with the other features as well. So let's try that. Table hover. Okay, save, and so I have this over here, run. So as you can see, my cursor highlights the row that I'm on. So it's better if you don't add the stripped attribute for it, so that it's even more prominent. So you can see my current row gets highlighted. It's also compatible with other versions. Table dark, run. Yeah, and even if you remove this, it doesn't matter. Sorry. Save, refresh. Yeah, see, it even works with the default table. Going ahead, we will look at the active tag. The active tag is something that you apply only to rows or individual cells. So what it does is it basically highlights the row or cell for which you have added the attribute, just like the table hover. So unfortunately it's not compatible with the table hover because it just looks the same. So let's try and add it to this one. So class table, sorry, what was it? It was table active. Yeah. So table hyphen active. Save, run. So see, this first row got highlighted. Again, you can maybe do it to even individual cells, and that is a class, again table hyphen active. Save, run, and there we go. See, this cell has now been highlighted. This is also compatible with the other color schemes, so maybe table dark. Save and refresh, so you can see this first row is different and the cell is different. Okay, so back to the presentation, and the list goes on, but unfortunately due to time constraint I will not be able to show you everything, but I highly recommend that you check out the Bootstrap website and go over all the content that I have missed, like the table borders, table without borders, small tables, vertical alignment, etc., the nesting, and just try it out with all the separate things that I've already mentioned about. Try and combine everything, see how the result comes out, and I'm sure that you'll be damn impressed with what Bootstrap can do with your tables. So going ahead, now we'll start with images. Yeah, now I'm back with images. Yeah, so where to find images? Again, you go to Bootstrap website. Inside there you go to documents, there are content, and inside content right above tables you will find images. Okay, so you're there now. What do we know? What does this do to the images? Well, I'm glad you asked. Well, so let's go to the images. The first thing that you can do is make the images responsive. So what do I mean by a responsive image? Well, I'll show you just right now. So going ahead, I will remove this table and add a normal image over here. Okay, so maybe one original, save and run. Okay, so this is quite a good image and it looks nicely. But now if I go to the inspect bar and just make this small, you can see the image gets smaller and smaller, and it works quite fine till about here. But now if I make it smaller, the image gets cut off. So to avoid this, what we'll do is we'll add the class fluid image. Was it image fluid? Okay. So img hyphen fluid, save, run. So till now it looks quite the same, but the change is when you go into inspect and you make it smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So as you can see, I've gone to the bare minimum size, but still the image can be still seen in the full view and it doesn't get cut off. Okay, so going forward, I hope that you understand what responsive images are. Now we'll see about the image thumbnail attribute. So what this does, it is that it basically adds a border of 1 pixel thick border to your image. So let's see that in action. So it's even compatible with the image fluid tag. Yeah, so what was it? Image thumbnail. So img thumbnail. Start F5 run. So as you can see, there's a small border over it and it's still responsive. So I can, like, yeah, no matter how small I make it, you can still see the full image. Well, actually you might not be able to see the border, so I'll do one thing. I'll add a style attribute to it, add a background color black, so you can see the border even better. Yeah, so now the border is visible. Can you see it? So there's like a white border to the image. So going forward, now you will see aligning images. Frankly speaking, when I was starting HTML, I had quite a hard time aligning images and they would always get messed up with my text and content. So to avoid that, you can just use this. So what we have a lot of over here, so we'll just copy that, paste it over here. Oh, sorry, copy and paste it over here. I'll just remove the background now so it doesn't get in the way. I'll add one your mini over here and main over here. Okay, so what the float start attribute does is that it aligns the image to the start of the website, and what the float end does is that it aligns the image to the end of the website, sorry, the end of the row. And the rounded tag over here just makes the corners of the images rounded just a tiny bit so that it looks better. So you can see over here, and it even works if I just remove the rounded tags, it will still work. So you can see now there are corners to the images, but they are still aligned perfectly. Okay, so, and it's also, again, it's also compatible with the image thumbnail attribute. So as you can see over here, refresh, now this has got a small border over it. All these tags are compatible with each other and you can use them in any sort of combination that you want. Now one other thing you can do is align the image at the center of it, at the center of the page. So let's copy this and paste it over here. So image 2.original. So again, the surrounded tag is basically just rounding off the corners for the image so it looks a bit better. Like you can see here that the corners, it's a bit rounded. MX auto is an auto margin and D block is to align it at the center. So you can see this is quite a good image aligned at the center of the page. One more way you can do that is by putting the image in a division and adding a class text center to the image, to the division itself. So again, let's try that over here. Let's try this one. Original, save, refresh. So you can see this image is also at the middle of the table. It's got some nice rounded corners due to this class rounded. Even if I remove this though, it will also work. See, now the image doesn't have any rounded corners, but it's still at the center. Okay, yeah, so that's all for now. That's all that I'm going to teach now. Someone will again come and teach you the rest of the stuff. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Shruti Yadav and I am a mentor at Vlabs Digitizers. A quick introduction about myself. I have been a member of Vlabs since 2019. I have served as a mentor in Bootathon, Knockdown the Lockdown 2, organized by Vlabs IIT Bombay. Apart from being a mentor, I have also been a student trainer in TypeScript and C++ and have trained numerous students in it. I have been a virtual lab developer for fluid mechanics lab and physics lab and have developed various experiments associated with it. I have completed my audit course and am certified by IIT Bombay for HTML, Basic and Advanced C++, Python, and Arduino. Moving ahead, now I would like to introduce Dr. Manoj Taramble sir. Dr. Manoj Taramble sir is the principal of our college, Pune Vidyarthi Grihas College of Engineering and Technology, and G.K. Pate, Bani Institute of Management, Pune. He has a PhD in Electrical Biomedical Image Processing and a total of more than 29 years of academic and industrial experience. He has published numerous papers in national and international conferences and journals. He has delivered speech in BIT's 8th World Congress on Industrial Biotechnology held at Nanjing, China in April 2015. He has been awarded with InterScience's Young Investigator Award in 2015 and Most Excellent Paper Award for paper presented in Malaysia in 2013. He has been honored with Mentor for Change in 2019, President of Indian Region for the chapter of CBEES in China, and Editor-in-Charge in International Journal IJIERT. With this, I would request Dr. Manoj Taramble sir to say a few words. Also, before that, please don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel. Thank you.
Dear participant, I, Dr. Manoj Tarambule, in charge principal of this institute, welcome you for this grand national event, Introduction to the Web Development. This program we are organizing in connection with IIT Powai team. I sincerely thank Professor Santosh, Professor Pushpendra for their kind support to organize this event. This IIT Powai team, it is not only for this program with us, but this team is working with us for last so many years, and because of which we are able to set up Regional Center of Virtual Lab at my institute. At this moment, once again, I will thank my management because their kind support to such type of activity, because they want that our academic face should reach to a society. We are having undergraduate 6 department, 3 postgraduate departments and 3 research center. Electrical department is having undergraduate, postgraduate and research center, and they are setting a lab for testing electric hybrid vehicle from the fundings received from AICT. Our computer IT department, they are having IBM Center of Excellence lab with us. Electronics and telecommunication, we are having Texas lab. We are having Texas lab with us. Mechanical department, once again, which is having undergraduate course and research center. We are having La Foundation, Dassault system with us, and because of them, we are able to set up product innovation lab in this institute, which is costing almost 40 lakhs rupees apart from their regular labs. Printing department is a distinct department. Why I am saying this? Because hardly any colleges will be there at national level, 4 or 5 colleges, and we are having one college in printing technology or branch with us. This branch is catering need of the printing industry, advertisement industry, packaging industry, color printing industry, and we are catering all these needs through this program. That is nothing but printing technology. Almost 100% placement will be there, and various labs of this department, they are set up by receiving the fundings from abroad. Printing department is also having postgraduate and research center facility, and which is a rare facility as far as the rare branch is concerned. And we are proud for that. This branch was started, or with this branch only college was started 37 years back. You will find we are having very good academic connect. So these things I have discussed just now. But to considering the need of the society, present need, college has added undergraduate 7th branch, that is artificial intelligence and data science, from this 21-22 academic year. I am proud for that. Not only this, but various activities of the college, they are motivating students to take the challenges of the present time. That's why we are having one program, Asia to Japan Connect, through which in last 4-5 years we placed almost 27 students directly in Japan. We are having special coaching of the German classes to give the need or to fulfill the need of the mechanical and other branches student who want to go to Germany. Apart from this, the curriculum, college activities are in such a way that they will be helping students to develop their personality, and that's why curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular activities are added to such a level that almost all students can take the benefit of it. Robocon, Baha, computer coding competitions, our students are participating at national and state level and fetching so many laurels for the college. Considering all these things, so I think a profound development, all-round development of the student is definitely possible, and college is marching on that side to accept the coming days challenge. So this is something about background of the college, and I am happy once again the IIT Powai, they have given support for this technical event, introduction to the web development. I thank this team for organizing such a grand event, because of I am saying again and again grand event, because as far as my information is concerned, almost 22 states of the India students are participating in this, and the 2,500 registrations are already crossed. So this is really a national mega event as far as the event is concerned. I thank Professor Nagoshe, Professor Khatawkar Madam of our institute, because of their day and night efforts along with their team, this event is possible. So I wish best luck for this event and expect the participant will take maximum knowledge and will be in touch with our institute through mail to sort out their problem or their difficulties. I wish this exercise, this event, best luck. Thank you very much.